Welcome to the stream, everyone. Let's make sure everyone has the stream link. Cool, and then we'll go Chrome browser like this. Perfect. And we will share it. Excuse me. Let's see. Sharing link. Push this onto WhatsApp. Welcome, everybody. Thanks so much for tuning in. Oh, wrong browser. There we go. My bad. If you're new to the stream, thank you so much for joining. My name is TRG. I'm the host of this stream. Yeah, what are we doing today? We're going to... stream might cut off for a second because I'm installing some video drivers, so I do apologize for the inconvenience. NVIDIA decided to update everything all at once and somewhere in between, so yeah, that's what's going on. I think today we're gonna go do our placement matches in Dota 2. So I hope to get into at least Ancient Bracket, work my way up. I'm still pretty rusty. I don't know the timings for certain things. There's obviously a lot of hero abilities and even item changes, like neutral items that have changed since I've last played, which is probably a year and a half, 2 years ago. Like seriously. So yeah, that's obviously a thing. And then let's just take a look here. Sorry, bear with me for a second. While I'm eating my banana, let's take a look at a video. Simon Sinek is great. Let's take a look
I
at
love
this
this
stuff.
thing when you sort of these change management firms come in. It's like, people fear change. No, they do not. People fear sudden change. People fear uncertainty, right? That's what people fear. Change is not the problem. It's how we do change that's a problem. And one of the things I think almost every organization on the planet, big or small, can do better is communicate, right? Because communication, honest communication, like if you don't know the answer, don't lie. Everybody knows you're lying. It's like your kids know when you're stressed out, even you're like, everything's fine, right? And you're saying that so your kids will feel better, but they know you're lying. And it makes them more stressed because they don't know why you're lying to me. Right? It's the same at work. And one of the big mistakes companies make is they don't bring the people along the journey. Right? So for example, this is what usually happens. For months, somebody in the higher, all the way up in the top will say, I had this idea in the shower this morning. What do you think about this? And then the next day, somebody goes, I was thinking about that idea you told me about. I think you're right. The world around us is changing. You need to be aware of that insight that you told me. And then somebody else goes, what if we did this? And like 3 or 4 months later, somebody's like, this is a great new strategy. I think we should do the strategy. And then all of a sudden the strategy is announced. But it took months to get there and everybody went on the journey. So It wasn't so sudden for the executives. But all of a sudden it's like, we have an announcement. We're changing directions. And everybody's like, what happened with the other direction, right? Bring people along. Say, hey, we're thinking about this. We had this insight. We're not sure what to do with it, but it's interesting. Because by the time you get to the announcement, I don't believe in ta-das, right? Like, wait for it, ta-da, right? Look how smart we are, right? I believe that the way effective communication works is you bring people along on the journey, you include all the uncertainty, it allows you a lot of flexibility. Be like, yeah, we abandoned that idea, right? It allows you a lot of flexibility. And by the time you get to the ta-da, everybody's like, oh, yeah, totally makes sense. Of course.
Right.
Of course. So you're going to have a lot fewer people. Because the reason you get resistance to changes of strategies is not because people necessarily disagree with the strategy, it's because they're afraid how it affects them. It's just insecurity and fear.
Communication.
It's just communication.
Open transparency.
And again, it doesn't mean you have to be right. And when people ask questions like, why are you nervous? Or do you know the answer? It's okay to say, we've thought about that, but we don't have an answer yet. But like you, we're not sure. We'll get back to you. Like, there's nothing wrong with saying that. It just makes people relax as opposed to giving some nonsense.
So, a couple of things that I think are important to highlight with what Simon Sinek says here. And I totally agree with him. And this is actually the management style that I practice a lot. It's just total transparency amongst myself and my reps. Or anyone that I'm working with, even if it's like cross collaboration with a different department. And maybe sometimes I'm too blunt about that, but it's okay. I think we're streaming again. Let's just verify. Cool. Sorry, just eating a banana. I only had one meal today, but it was pretty late. It was probably about 5 o'clock, so I'm not hungry per se, but getting some fiber in and stuff like that is always important. I'm just going to shut off some of these notifications so that I'm not interrupted by stuff. Just hang on. Okay, so a couple things that I wanted to highlight about what Simon Sinek says that I really resonate with because this is my management style. Total transparency, okay? And total transparency from the get-go throughout the journey, especially if you're making any macro changes within the organization. People aren't stupid, so don't treat them as they are stupid, right? Don't treat them as such. They're going to know if something's happening, some kind of merger, acquisition, some big shifts. I know that some of these things are delicate and you can't divulge everything because maybe you're afraid that there's going to be a leak or, just maybe confidentiality clauses that you're not allowed to talk about certain things. But for the most part, like, you can talk about a lot of stuff within what happens behind closed doors pretty openly. And if you have a good staff that's backing you, number one, they're going to respect you way more and trust you way more because you're admitting those things, especially when it comes to a point of weakness. Oh, well, quote unquote weakness. Not knowing something is not necessarily weak, but in society's eyes, it is. And then number two, at least they can give you feedback and they can also help in the journey too, right? So I don't ever believe that in an organization there's just one individual that is just smarter than everyone else and doesn't need help from anyone else, right? I think that's like really ill-advised when you think about things like this. Oh shit, sorry. Let me just turn this off for a second. It's annoying me a little bit. Yeah, so I think that's important for you guys to understand. Collectively, you're always just going to be more powerful than like an individual that just thinks they know everything or, just approaches situations like, okay, well, your opinion doesn't matter because my opinion trumps yours. Well, maybe in respect to what you're like the division head of, sales better than the other person, but those macro decisions don't just affect sales. They affect HR, they affect operations, they affect customer service, they affect marketing, they affect, product, they affect so many things across the board. And so getting collective thoughts from your team is going to be vitally important to the survival of your company and also the success of your company, okay? Active feedback in order to make changes to things and total transparency about where you guys are at. You're just going to build so much more loyalty and respect that way. Okay. The other thing is he mentioned that people aren't scared of change. I don't know if I totally agree with this. I think some people are definitely scared of change, but they're scared of change because it's the unknown. So how do you combat the unknown? Well, you just be more transparent with people about the unknown so that they don't feel alone in all of this. You update them on a regular basis when you know something and you admit when you don't know something, and that's going to help a lot more than if you're just trying to be shady and hide stuff or whatever. He spoke about the tada moment. I think that's a huge ego thing when you hide a lot of things from the rest of your staff and you want to surprise them to get all the credit and give someone else none of the credit. And the truth of the matter is, most big macro decisions within a company, it takes a village. It's never just one person that thought up this brilliant idea and executed perfectly. That person would have to lean on other people in order to exact whatever it is that they wanted to exact. And that's like 100% the truth of every company that I've ever worked with that has been successful. So a couple things that I wanted to mention about those things that he said. Park your ego at the door. It's also about execution as well, as to how transparent you are with things. If you don't execute those things properly, you're going to come across a case where you get a lot of resentment and stuff like that. It's okay to repeat what he just said. Hey, we're looking into it. We have asked ourselves some of these questions like you're asking us now. Unfortunately, at this time, we actually just don't have the answer. We're going to continue to explore it and we'll keep you guys up to date whenever we do get an update. But in the meantime, if you guys have any brilliant ideas, I'd love to hear them. I'm always open to hearing more ideas. There's no stupid ideas here on how we can make these changes and implement this particular thing. And saying those like 2 or 3 lines is just going to help reinforce, positive, positive feedback loop, positive or constructive criticism, I should say, and like team thinking, group think. So let's listen to the rest of what he had to say.
The answer that everybody knows is a nonsense answer. So
Right.
just, I think, open and honest communication and bring people along on the journey and ask for help. Because the
Yeah.
people at the top, this is David Marquet's work, people at the top have all the authority and none of the information. And people at the bottom have all the information and none of the authority. Right? And so you want to close those gaps, because if you're looking to change and implement a strategy, it's good for senior people to come up with strategy, but implementation of strategy, go to the front lines and say, how would you do this? In fact, start having those questions before you lay it in stone, because you might find out you lay it in stone and then it's unimplementable.
Learn about before. Yeah.
Bring frontline people into the meetings and say, what do you think?
Yep.
And then you'll feel that everybody's along for the ride.
So I think we've done a good job of trying.
So I wanted to add a little bit of context to this if you guys don't know. He's absolutely right about frontline workers, or the people at the quote-unquote bottom, if you want to look at it that way, have all the information. Why do they have all the information? Because they deal with the shit every day. They're not necessarily dealing with macro decisions about the company. They're dealing with micro. So they are the ones that are talking to all the customers every single day, rectifying the tickets that come in, helping out with reviews, customer feedback, testimonials, onboarding new customers, offboarding new customers, getting net new customers or outbound customers, like trying to figure out what works on a very minute scale, but at en masse, so that they can see what the net results are. There's no better person to give you feedback than an employee that's doing this every single day. They're just going to be infinitely better at it, most likely, right? So it's the same thing as like a bellman or whatever, right? And I know I'm, kind of venturing off of software right now, but if you had a bellman that's been working there for 20 years, that particular bellman knows the hotel inside and out. They know every single room on every single floor. They know which rooms face the harbor side versus the city side. They know which ones are corner suites or corner rooms, which ones have a little bit of extra room for like a baby carriage or a fold-out bed. They know which one is east facing or west facing or closer to the ice machine or elevator. My point is that they know everything about the rooms because they work this day in, day out. You as a general manager that just stepped into a hotel are not going to know every single room. You're going to rely on them to give you positive or negative feedback loops, right? So you rub people the wrong way, you talk to them like they're nothing, whatever. You think that you're above them. All of a sudden, when you ask them for feedback, they could very well just give you shitty feedback. And you're walking blind. You're using that, you're leveraging that information as the truth, when really they might be doing this maliciously. I hope not, but obviously I've seen these cases happen. They might be feeding you negative information or misinformation just to mess with you, right? Fuck with you. So you can't appease everyone. That's the truth. And this speech on my soapbox isn't to tell you that you need to be a people pleaser. It's not the case at all. You're going to butt heads with frontline workers all the time, but there has to be a mutual respect that you guys are both working towards a positive direction. One North Star. And that can only really be achieved with mutual respect. Okay? So, really, really important. Yeah, let's...
And say, what do you think?
Yep.
And then you'll feel that everybody's along for the ride. And then it's unimplementable.
Learn about before. Yeah.
Bring people into
So far, I feel really good, and hopefully people agree with.
Yeah. So, super, super important. Yeah, bring everyone for the ride. I think that's really, really important. And it's super empowering too, right? For someone that's a frontline worker to be sitting in front of a CEO, not to be in a point where they're like in trouble or intimidated, but to in a point where I actually care about what you think. Because you know what? You're the one who's working there day in, day out, 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, with your colleagues. The department's open 24/7. You guys are seeing a lot of clients come in and out of our software or our hotel or whatever that might be. You're the ones who are going to know what's going on with our business. So how can I help? Right? Yeah, and I think a lot of managers forget this. They often feel like they're put in a position because they're above everyone else or they know better than everyone else, so everyone has to take direction from them, which I can't tell you how many shitty leaders and managers are out there. So this is, I think, a hugely important fact. Oh, welcome to the stream. I don't know if someone else joined. I didn't see. All I see is views 2 and then 0 concurrent. Lucky me, huh? Okay, let's do some dailies for Summoner's War to get that over with. And then we'll probably jump into Dota 2. And for today, we might play Largo, the new hero, to see how it works out. Let's see another one of these.
This question comes up a lot, and you read articles and they're like charisma. I've known a lot of great leaders who you wouldn't even know they're the leader. They like walk with their shoulder against the wall, right? So those things I've seen, yes and no. But the few things that I've seen universally amongst the great leaders I've met, number one, and these things, number one and number two, sort of go together. Number one is courage. Number one is courage.
Yep.
The courage to speak truth to power. The courage to be honest about my own failings, my own capabilities. The courage to be open about my failings and my capabilities. Like, these things are excruciating.
Yeah, so vulnerability and trust, understand or admitting that you actually don't know everything, I think is a really, really important theme to work on. Something that I've been learning really along the way. And courage to admit that, courage to actually have a discussion about it, I think is crucially important. A friend gave me a really good quote one time. He said, it's okay to be scared because in order for there to be bravery, you have to be scared of something, right? So you cannot be courageous and you cannot be brave if you haven't been scared in your life. And that stuck with me for a long time, really. Let's keep playing this.
The courage to tell somebody something that you know is going to hurt their feelings. Like, leadership is an incredibly difficult thing to do. And courage, which then begs the question, where does courage come from? And I do not believe for 1 minute that courage is a deep internal fortitude where you dig down deep and find the courage. Courage for me is social.
Yeah.
So, like, I have the courage to jump out of a plane because the parachute on my back, the external thing, gave me the courage. And so you need at least one person in your life, professionally or personally, to say, I believe in you, you got this, and if everything goes south, I'll still be there with you. That'll give you courage. Number two, closely tied, is integrity, which is to do the right thing. And weirdly, we all know what the right thing is, rather than doing the expedient thing. Like, I can't stand it when companies do unethical things and all the CEOs are dragged in front of Congress and they all say the same thing. We broke no laws. No, you didn't break a law by raising the price of your essential drug by 1,000%, but it's pretty unethical.
Yeah.
Right? Like, we all know what right is, and the law is a lower standard. And so the courage to have integrity and integrity driving my courage, like, those things go together. And the third one, I'd say, they're a student of communication. Because a huge part of leadership is the skill of listening and the skill of speaking in a way that allows people to not only to feel, listening in a way that allows people to feel heard, and speaking in a way that people can hear, as opposed to triggering people, etc.
Yeah, so I think that's also a really good point, something that I don't do as well as I should. I think that sometimes I do speak with a lot of authority and leadership and knowledge about things, but I don't listen as well as I could, right? Like, there are times where I will dominate the conversation, and maybe that's because of my trade is in sales, but that doesn't necessarily make it right. So I need to be better at that, read the room a little bit better as to when to shut up, to be honest with you, and just let someone speak, because what they have to say could very well trump everything that I have to say. It's not necessarily competition, but it also could be additive. It could be reinforcing something that I am trying to, excuse me, educate people about. That's also important.
Apple talked about think different. Who are they describing? Their customers or their employees? The answer is yes. The answer is, I believe what you believe I don't work for you, or I believe what you believe I want to buy from you. Okay? Steve Jobs was a multi-billionaire to whom we cannot relate. And when he died, average people laid wreaths at retail stores. That makes no sense. It's because he said something that captured something for us, which is stand up to Big Brother, which is why he appealed to creative people and young people, because creative people and young people kind of love the idea of standing up to Big Brother. And you only ever see individuals in the commercials, one person versus the machine. And it's called iMac, not because it's on the internet, it's because it's me. It's I, right? Or Southwest Airlines. Southwest Airlines stands freedom. You are free to move about the country. It is power to the common man. It is an everyman populist message. I do not like flying Southwest Airlines. I'm happy to pay more money to have my seat assigned to me, and I'm guaranteed to get my window. I really, really like that model. I don't like standing in line hoping I get a seat that I like. However, I love Southwest Airlines' message, and I will preach from the treetops how wonderful I think they are, even though I will pay money not to fly their product. So you don't even have to like the product to want to champion the cause. So if crypto got its message right, it doesn't matter whether I'll use it, it doesn't matter whether I'll benefit from it, it doesn't matter if I understand it. If I relate to your cause, I will stand on the treetops and I say, I think that is the greatest thing ever, and I think we should all pay attention to it, even if it's not for me. And the fact that I'm struggling to understand, either I don't share your beliefs, which I don't think is right, because a lot of my friends are in the business and I like them and I like their values, so that can't be right. So maybe where it's falling apart is it's not being clearly articulated to me in terms that I can emotionally relate to. When you talk about a system or a product, like moving this from here to that, it's rational. And great whys, great causes are emotional. We the people. Ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. I have a dream that one day little black children will play on the playground with little white children. These are deeply, deeply emotional messages that you interpret through your own lens, and you ascribe value to yourself even though it's not there for you in the first place. And the fact that I would interpret your why into my world, it means it's succeeding. So it might be a brilliant paper. The question, has it been distilled to a simple understand, just do it, think different, that helps me emotionally connect to it. It's deeply rational, but I don't know if it's yet emotional.
I worked at Good Samaritan Hospital in downtown LA in the Westlake area near downtown. People will often say to me, because I go in as a chaplain, they'll be like, oh, I'm not religious. But they'll talk, because I'm like, I'm just here to listen. And whatever you mean by spiritual, whatever gives you strength and hope and meaning. And people will then at the end of our time will say, oh, can you pray for me? And I'm like, oh, but so how do you do that? They said they weren't religious. And they're like, oh, I'm not religious, but I definitely believe in God. And they'll say things like religion doesn't come from God. It's something made up by people, because so many people have been hurt by churches. and they still adhere to that context, but they no longer want to participate in that community. And they're like, I have my own relationship with God. And I personally don't think that is as enriching and fulfilling a way to live your relationship with God by yourself. For me, we need to be with each other in these things. We need to do them together, and we need to shape each other together in them.
What's so interesting is all the data shows that, religion is in decline, like people are less religious, but it's because the question is flawed, right? Are you religious? No. Do you believe in God? Yes. But to your point, which is perhaps part of the challenge in our modern day, in this sort of increasing rates of loneliness, we're not even always 100% sure our friends like us. Let alone to believe that someone is praying for my well-being, that sense of care that I matter, that somebody's willing to take time for me. It's a small but very powerful thought.
I'll enchant this later. Cool thing, we got 30 speed. I mean, I have to grind it to 30, so I have to get more grinds for shield. But shield runes aren't the best, but they're not bad. I mean, they're used on certain, very select mobs, but they are used. But it is 30 speed. That's huge, which is great. Okay, so let's try to get rid of this first, the dust. We'll just go with this. Actually, no. I shouldn't fight giants. It's my bad. Sorry guys, I was just answering some messages. I did not sleep well yesterday, and I had to get up pretty early for meetings, so not the funnest. This is accuracy on 6 with innate. So the reason why this is so good is because a lot of speed leaders are speed monsters, shall we say, that can utilize swift, need accuracy. So let me upgrade this to 12, and then I might reappraise this if it turns out shitty. Okay, 2 rolls in speed, 1 roll in crit damage, 1 for like low rolls and crit rate. Low rolls all around. So is this usable? Kind of, but it is 13 speed. We're looking for probably minimum 18. And I mean, it would be amazing if we got some kind of like crazy quad rolls, but let's see. Let's use a couple stones here. Okay. So 2 rolls into here. Actually, maybe 3 rolls into here. And 1 roll into here. This is not very good. Really low speed. Innate. 4 instead of 6, which is bad. Okay, we'll stick with this. That's even worse. Low crit damage, low defense. So the bad thing about reappraising, I wish they would change this too. So sometimes I find when you reappraise stuff, it actually only rolls 3 times instead of 4. So it's really RNG like that, which is stupid. Okay, so this is 1 roll into crit rate, so 5 and 5 most likely, or 4 and 6, whatever combination, to get to crit rate 10. Defense is 2 rolls, so that would be 7 and 8, so 1 off max. And then this would be 2 rolls, which are their low rolls, so that's like divided by, well, technically divided by 2 would be 9, but divided by 3, like what the initial attack roll was, is 6. So maximum potential would be 24 if it was 2 rolls plus, you know, if it had an 8 of 8 in the beginning, right? That's how the math works. And it's got speed. So this is actually a decent ruin for an attacker that requires accuracy, but there aren't that many attackers that require accuracy, right? So you have your attack, you have your defense, you have your crit rate, you have your speed. You can probably gem more speed into this. I think it's like 7 and 9 roll, so you can get more speed and then grind it to be acceptable speed amount. So I'm going to take this on the right. Normally, what I would probably advise, I'm no expert, but normally what I would advise to people is if you get to a place where you have a usable rune, you should probably stop and just use your reaps for other functions. But this in this particular case, I think I might actually roll it. But let's get this going and make sure that we are farming something while we're talking, because we just spent 5 minutes basically doing nothing. And getting some of this stuff done.
I could make a pretty easy legal argument with the divorce rate about 53%, that it is definitely negligent, possibly reckless to get married. How many people stay?
That's crazy. 53%. Hey, welcome to the stream. Thanks so much for attending. I'm taking a look at a video from James Sexton. He's the divorce lawyer. #1 divorce attorney in New York. He's talking about divorce rates. He just mentioned that 53% of people in America, anyways, these are American statistics, get divorced. And by his theory, basically, you could say that it's negligent or absolutely reckless to get married, which, depending on who you ask, I guess they'll have a difference of opinion. The marriage statistics are a lot less in other parts of the world. I think Canada it's like maybe like less than 10%. So we're nowhere near the, you know, basically half the population gets divorced. But let's see what he has to say. I think he has some pretty cool stuff. If you're new here, my name is TRG. I'm the host of this channel and the host of this live stream. Part of the stream is really to give a safe space for men to talk about their problems. So if you do have anything that you want my advice on, please feel free to type it in the chat box. I'm happy to answer any questions and give my opinions. Sometimes I'll just play some videos or maybe games and then stop midway to talk about something. So let's hear it.
Stay together miserable, 73%. Like, that's insane. If I said there's a 73% chance we walk out of here today getting hit in the head with a ball, like, you would never, willy-nilly go for it.
James Sexton is one of the best divorce attorneys in the world. He has the keys to why people stay married, why people stay happy, and what will 100% lead to you getting divorced, whether you want it or not. This episode is going to shock you, and it is going to teach you the things that they should have taught us before we said, I do. You said affairs almost never start with sex. What do they actually start with?
I think they start the way relationships start, which is you're interested and you're interested. I've represented the cheated on, and I've represented the cheater. The two biggest problems are we don't know what we want, and we don't know how to express it to another person. But when's the last time that you said to your partner, what are some things I do that make you feel better? There's something to be said for kind words and because I don't know which comes first, but I'll tell you right now, you do one, you'll probably get the other more often.
What are the first signs that a marriage is going sideways and it's going to end in this?
What I would say are the red flags that a relationship is not likely to continue successfully.
I don't know if these numbers are right, but if they are, this is insane. It says you've handled 2,000 plus divorces. Is that right?
Yeah, easily. It's 25 years, almost 26 now.
Wow. You get hundreds of millions of views on divorce. Your work, also interestingly to me, goes way beyond divorce. It's about like almost the wake-up calls people need to hear before they get divorced. So, given all you've seen and all this breakup, is marriage still a good idea?
I think, so. You know, I tell people marriage is like the lottery. You're probably not going to win. But if you win, what you win is so good that, like, why not buy a ticket? Like, I think, you know, and the difference is that, you know, lottery, like, you can't really do much to increase your chances of winning a lottery. It's a game of chance. But marriage, there's a lot you could do to make it work. And when you meet, the overwhelming majority of people are bad at marriage. Like, marriage, you could make an argument, and this is why lawyers don't get invited to parties very often. Like, you could make an argument that marriage is negligent. Like, negligence is defined as any activity where you fail to perceive a substantial and unjustifiable risk of serious harm. Okay, that's the, like, dictionary definition of negligence. Recklessness is a conscious disregard for a substantial and unjustifiable risk of harm. So I could make a pretty easy legal argument with the divorce rate about 53%, that it is definitely negligent, possibly reckless to get married. And keep in mind, that's 53% end in divorce. How many people stay together miserable for the kids, for religious reasons, they don't want to give away half their shit, whatever it might be? Another 10%, I'm being nice, maybe 20. Now you got a technology fails like 73% of it. Like, that's insane. Like, that's insane. If I said there's a 73% chance we walk out of here today, you're going to hit head with a bowling ball, you would stay in, or you'd wear a helmet at a minimum, right? Like, you would never just, willy-nilly go for it. But yet, we're actually not only super into marriage still as a culture, there's a presumption you should do it. Like, if someone, one of your friends came to you and said, I'm getting married, and you said, really, why? Like, that would be the most indelicate, unpleasant question, right? But realistically, it's a fairly, like, we're really happy we want to get the government involved. Like, that's a very odd thing for a person to say, but you're not allowed to even, how many people stay together? But marriage, there's a lot you could do to make it work. And when you meet, the overwhelming majority of people are bad at marriage. Like, marriage, you could make an argument, and this is why lawyers don't get invited to parties very often. Like, you could make an argument that marriage is negligent. Like, negligence is defined as any activity where you fail to perceive a substantial and unjustifiable risk of serious harm. Okay, that's the, like, dictionary definition of negligence. Recklessness is a conscious disregard for a substantial and unjustifiable risk of harm. So I could make a pretty easy legal argument with the divorce rate about 53%, that it is definitely negligent, possibly reckless to get married. And keep in mind, that's 53% end in divorce. How many people stay together miserable for the kids, for religious reasons, they don't want to give away half their shit, whatever it might be? Another 10%, I'm being nice, maybe 20. Now you got a technology fails like 73% of it. Like, that's insane. Like, that's insane. If I said there's a 73% chance we walk out of here today, you're going to hit head with a bowling ball, you would stay in, or you'd wear a helmet at a minimum, right? Like, you would never just, willy-nilly go for it. But yet, we're actually not only super into marriage still as a culture, there's a presumption you should do it. Like, if someone, one of your friends came to you and said, I'm getting married, and you said, really, why? Like, that would be the most indelicate, unpleasant question, right? But realistically, it's a fairly, like, we're really happy we want to get the government involved. Like, that's a very odd thing for a person to say, but you're not allowed to even question it because sort of the wedding industrial complex and, there's just this theory, like it's just a tradition now. And I've said before that, to some degree, tradition is the wisdom of the people who were here before us, and to some degree, tradition is peer pressure exerted by dead people. And I think that, when you say, like, well, why are you getting married? Well, because you're supposed to. Well, why? Well, my parents were married, my grandparents were married. Okay, but, like, Your grandmother didn't have the sum total of all human wisdom in a digital device in her hand. Like, the world she lived in was very different. So why would a technology that worked for her necessarily make sense for you? So, marriage is just shockingly challenging at a minimum. I still think it's a good idea because the other statistic I find equally, if not more interesting, is that 86% of people remarry within 5 years of their divorce. Presumption you should do it. It's insane. If I said there's a 73% chance we walk out of here today, how many people stay together miserable for the kids, for religion? Pretty easy legal argument. With the divorce rate about 53, viable risk of serious harm. Okay, that's the dictionary definition of negligence. The overwhelming majority of people are bad at marriage. Like, marriage, you could make an argument, and this is why lawyers don't get invited to parties very often. Like, you could make an argument that marriage is negligent. Like, negligence is defined as any activity where you fail to perceive a substantial and unjustifiable risk of serious harm. Okay, that's the dictionary definition of negligence. Recklessness is a conscious disregard for a substantial and unjustifiable risk of harm. So I could make a pretty easy legal argument with the divorce rate about 53%, that it is definitely negligent, possibly reckless to get married. And keep in mind, that's 53% end in divorce. How many people stay together miserable for the kids, for religious reasons, they want to give away half their shit, whatever it might be? Another 10%, I'm being nice, maybe 20. Now you got a technology fails 73% of it. That's insane. That's insane. If I said there's a 73% chance we walk out of here today, you get hit in the head with a bowling ball, you would stay in, or you'd wear a helmet at a minimum, right? You would never just, willy-nilly go for it. But yet, we're actually not only super into marriage still as a culture, there's a presumption you should do it. If someone
welcome to the
came to
stream,
you and said,
Hans.
I'm getting married, and you said,
Welcome to the stream.
That would be the most indelicate, unpleasant.
What's very interesting. I mean, I'm guessing if you watched his stuff, you're familiar with his content. He's been divorced, I think, twice, and he's obviously a divorce lawyer, one of the top divorce lawyers, I think, in the New York area. And he's obviously seen so many divorces go by. But even after all that, he still believes in marriage, right? He believes in marriage. So I think this is a very noteworthy thing. I would say that divorce statistics of America are not divorce statistics of everywhere else, right? So, 53% of marriages end up in divorce. He makes a really good point in the U.S., and that's not accounting for couples that are living in basically sexless, loveless, marriages, just for the kids, right, staying together. But in reality, Canada's divorce rates aren't nearly at high. I think they're maybe 10% or something like that, right? We can probably look it up because I think it's recorded by Stats Canada. Canadian divorce rate. But these might be old stats. Canada's divorce rate has fallen to a 50-year low, around 5.6% per 1,000 married couples. But this reflects fewer marriages overall. Okay, so it's skewed in a couple different directions, right? With 38 to 40% of marriages ending in divorce over life. So this is one alarming stat, right? So 38 to 40%, so almost half of marriages end up in divorce over a lifetime. So maybe when the kids grow up and people are like, okay, well, we did our jobs, the kids are out of the house, we don't get along, we're just going to split up. And I do know couples like that. They even tell me when the kids are off to college or graduate college or something like that, we probably won't be together anymore, but we're in it for the kids. Not that that's necessarily a bad thing. I think that those are huge considerations to have. Obviously, I don't have kids, but I think parents get divorced way too easily these days, and the system makes it so that people can get divorced very easily these days, right? You even have, I was talking about this on another episode, you even have a mechanism called an annulment, right? So if I got married to a gal tomorrow, and let's say 6 months from now it didn't work out, if it was, I believe it was before 1 year, I can get the whole thing annulled as long as she agrees to it. Basically wiped off the like the history books and everything like that, that it almost never happened. So we actually have a mechanism built in, like an oh shit button, like an eject button, right? So that really doesn't help things, because if you know you have an oh shit button, then how much are you going into the marriage in good faith that you're going to try everything to do to make it work? Okay. The other thing that I think reflects this, so these are 2020 statistics, so I think people should keep this in mind. But I have heard conflicting things. I've heard that there are a lot of people that did get divorced in COVID because they were basically cooped up in their small apartments, and they realized that they just couldn't stand each other. Okay, like, seeing each other 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, being in a remote working conditions, whatever. And I've heard the opposite. I've heard that because the economy is so bad that people decided, well, if we get divorced, we're splitting everything, we're splitting our resources, we're splitting our money. It's actually better for us to stay together for survival, essentially, because economies of scale, right? We cook a dinner, the four of us, if we have kids, we can share it together. We can go to Costco to buy stuff so that there's less wastage. And I'm sure that doesn't count for all marriages, of course, right? I'm sure there's a couple, couples out there that want to stay married. But the interesting thing is this: the lifetime risk, right? 38 to 40% of marriages end in divorce. That is quite alarming. So people could stay together, your parents could stay together for 25, 30 years and then call it quits when they're 70, right? Or 60. Let's continue.
Question, right? But realistically, it's a fairly, we're really happy we want to get the government involved. That's a very odd thing for a person to say, but you're not allowed to even question it because sort of the wedding industrial complex and, there's just this theory, it's just a tradition now. And I've said before.
Yeah, so one thing that I wanted to mention as well, so Hans or whoever is listening out there, the wedding industrial complex, I think, is set up for men to fail. And part of the reason why I say this is because a lot of the divorce cases are issued and filed by women. Like 70 to 80% of court cases are issued and filed by women, and the majority of court cases are actually won by women. So the system itself, whether you agree with that or disagree with that, are primarily favored towards women to basically use divorce as, weaponize divorce and use it as a vehicle for wealth, for whatever it might be, which is, can be obviously a bad thing. So this is number one. The other thing is the wedding industrial complex has its own agendas. So there's a lot of states, there's a couple states now that are reversing this, but there's still a majority of the states that are not allowing for DNA testing for children. Okay, so DNA testing basically when you have a kid to match basically the spouse with, or whoever, the baby daddy, with that actual child to prove that that person's responsible for that child. And there's members of Senate that have actually gone and talked about this and said, if we were to establish this rule, it would probably be the death of all families, right? Meaning that there's enough evidence to show that there's a lot of baby daddies that are not actually raising their own children. You guys have probably seen the statistic out there that 30 something percent of men are not raising their own kids. In America, I think. I don't know if it's an overestimation. Studies find 30% often looks at the couples already suspect non-paternity and seek genetic testing scheming. That's not, so this particular study is not the one I'm talking about. There's a particular study. Yeah, Rich Cooper has some like red pill stuff, but they basically took like DNA stamp, like I think anonymous DNA samples from hospital swabs, and then they found out that that sample size of men that they took did not match the paternity of the actual child. They weren't the biological father, and they had no idea about it as well. So we can take a look at this quickly.
Do you think that women become more or less hypogamous post their sexual markers peak, their SMV peak? Do you think they get more successful, or do you think?
Well, hypergamy is multifaceted. Like younger women will get with a guy that's a hot dude but has a plan over a long-term basis. Okay, like they'll overlook the lack of financial resources for like a 22-year-old guy. But if you're a 40 or 50-year-old guy and you have a plan and you're still hot, but you don't have anything going on, like you have nothing to show for yourself, women don't have a lot of interest in guys like that, because by then they've started to acquire a lot more in the way of resources. They may have been divorced and taken half of a guy's assets. Maybe they're a corporate gal and they've climbed the corporate ladder and making $150,000, $200,000 a year, so they're doing well. They have their own stuff. So hypergamy is there's basically two sides to it. There's the alpha fuck side, also known as alpha seed, and there's the beta buck side. So, and that changes, throughout the cycle of the month, right? Like when women are ovulating, that's when they want the alpha fucks. That's when they want the dominant seed. That's when they want the tall guy with the muscles, narrow waist, broad shoulders, chiseled jaw, deep voice, high testosterone cues. Believe it or not, women can smell high testosterone. They've done tests on this where they'll have guys like sleep in like cotton shirts, and they'll have women smell the shirts like 36 hours later, and the guy with the high serum blood testosterone, she can smell that guy, right? Like it is ridiculous how women mate select. When you kind of get into it and you see the code in the matrix for what it is. But yeah, so it happens when they're ovulating. Like the vast majority of women cheating in long-term relationships and marriages happen when they're ovulating. So if you're a guy in a marriage or a long-term relationship, and you should be tracking your woman's cycle, by the way. And if she is ovulating, and if you see her getting dressed up and wanting to go out with her girlfriends on a frequent basis when she's ovulating, lipstick, high heels, short skirts, lots of skin exposed, bright red lipstick, the big hoop-de-hoop earrings, that's because she's out marketing herself, and she's marketing herself when she's in a position to get pregnant. She's not going to tell you that, but that's what she's doing. That's what her nature is doing. She wants to show herself off. And that is also happens to coincidentally be the time when most women cheat on their men, is when they go out, again, for the girls' weekends, for the girls' night out, whatever, if they're in a long-term relationship, when they're ovulating. They don't do it when they're on their period. They don't do it when that's part of their cycle. That's when they want beta bucks. That's when they want comfort. That's when they want the blankie and curl up and watch Netflix with you. They won't go out with their girls then. That's when they want to hang out with you and be all warm and cuddly and snuggly. So it changes month to month. It changes in different areas of their life. Women generally in their 20s or more in their party years, they like to experience guys. They look for the high testosterone cue alpha males. They want very little to do with the beta providers. They just want to have fun, like Cyndi Lauper says, right? But when they start hitting close to 30 and they get to their epiphany phase and they start looking around and they've seen all their girlfriends getting married and having kids, their siblings, that's when they want to get right with God and just say, I need to find a guy. And quite often, that's when they usually just find a guy that's good enough, because all the high-value alpha males that they spent their 20s banging don't want anything to do with them, because now they have a notch count racked up, and they're 30, 35, and they want to date 20, 23-year-olds. They don't want anything to do with a girl that's been run through, by a bunch of guys. So that's why a lot of women end up marrying beta males, right? Because they're more compliant, they're more agreeable. They'll do exactly what they want. Alpha males don't comply, right? Like if she says, well, I want to move my mom in from such and such country, and we need to renovate the kitchen, and we have to move to this city, a beta male will say, yeah, okay. But an alpha male will lead the frame and say, this is the way things are going to be. So women's needs and desires change over time. That's why the notion of paternity fraud, still exists today, where like when a woman's pregnant, she has 100% assurance that it's her kid. 100%, there's no question in her mind. She's pregnant, she's carrying it, that's her kid, okay? But guys don't have assurance. That's why men get jealous of their women when they're exposed to getting banged by other guys. Women, on the other hand, they're more concerned with him giving up resources and attention to another woman, because if they lose that, if they get pregnant, then that's a high risk factor for them, right? So men and women are completely different in so many areas of their lives, at different parts of their lives. It's a very complex equation, but when you start to understand it, again, once you unplug and you see the code in the matrix and you understand everything that's going on, it's very, very easy for a guy to navigate it properly.
So coming back then to the original question is like, I think you answered it, is, once they reach that sort of epiphany stage, even if they're still a hot sort of 30-year-old or whatever, I think they are less likely to be as hypogamous as they were when they were younger, because
Well, they're still hypergamous in the sense that their mindset has shifted from the sexy hot guy from the phone camming party in Ibiza or Cancun or whatever. Like, it shifts from that guy more to the guy like, you know what, he's just tall enough for me, he looks just masculine enough, his job is good enough, right? I'll have his kids, but he's got his money sorted. For them, the comfort of protecting and providing is more important at that time when they're looking to have kids. And a lot of the times women cuck guys too, right? Like they'll go and get knocked up by the hot guy, but then they'll have the beta male provide for that child. It's I went through a lot of data trying to find accurate information on the cuckolding rate today when it comes to guys being duped and thinking that the kid is theirs, but it's not. And it's very, very difficult because cucking a guy relies on deception, and women aren't going to be honest about lying to the guy that's raising the kid about whether or not he's the kid. So you're never going to get an honest answer. One of the studies that I found that I thought was fascinating was there was a school in the UK that was doing like a family tree sort of experiment. I'm going to butcher this because it was about 4 years ago. I was going through the data, but it's all in my book. And they ended up sending the kids home. And when they all came back with the information that the school was looking for to do the family tree, to identify, maternity and paternity and grandfathers, on both sides, and grandmothers and all sort of stuff, they soon realized about 30% of the children in the classroom weren't with their biological father. They were with a man that thought was a biological father, but wasn't. So they had to stop doing this fucking experiment because it was ruining households.
30%?
30%. Now, I don't know that 30% is common throughout society. I mean, it seems like somewhere between 10 and 15% would be more realistic, but maybe it was a anomaly because of the town. Like there's certain places in the UK where women are pretty much like big time hoes, right? If you traveled there. So it could have been like that, but I don't think that 30% is common throughout society. It seems like somewhere between 10 and 15% would be a lot more normalized, but a lot of guys that are out there today raising children, they're not the biological father, and they just don't know it.
I mean, that would probably be more in the West, right? Yeah, I'd kind of...
I mean, because in most other countries, throughout the world, men have authority and responsibility in the household. So they don't let their girlfriends or wives run around doing things like they do in the West, being highly promiscuous, right?
I really hope you guys enjoyed that clip. If you want to watch the full...
Watch one more clip on this and then go back to
30%
sex.
of men fail paternity tests. And these are only the men who...
30%?
Yes, 30%.
Here in Kenya or globally?
Globally. Of course, Kenya, it's just starting. Paternity tests are only beginning, but you can see even...
So what's messed up about this? We'll watch the rest of this clip. I don't know if it's globally. I am curious where these studies have come from. But what I feel like is alarming to me is that there are certain states, and I think the majority of them, don't allow for mandatory DNA testing. And you really have to ask yourself why. Like, in order to avoid all this anguish, all this headache, all this, confusion, like between the baby daddy and the mom, as well as the kid too, right? Like, wouldn't you as a child probably want to know, you can just simply do a DNA test. We have the technology. I'm sure it's not that expensive to do it, and I'm fairly confident that most of these men would be willing to pay, I don't know, $250 or whatever it is for a DNA, like a cotton swab sample, to be sent to the lab to really verify if it's my child or not. And, you know, maybe the test results take a week, but it shouldn't be that long. And yet, even though the technology is prevalent, even though it is readily accessible, and even though most men, in my opinion, would want to know, they still don't make it mandatory. And the even crazier thing that I've heard, and you guys can verify this for me, if you're a man and you sign that document that you are the father, and you find out later that actually, like, let's say you do a DNA test a week after or whatever, but you signed the document already that you acknowledge that you're indeed the child's father. You are on the hook, my friend. Like, by legality, there's no there's no takebacks here. There's no takesy backsies, okay? You can't just fucking rewind time and say, oops, sorry, judge, but I have concrete evidence, scientific evidence here that shows that I'm not the father. No, they make you obligated and responsible for that child. That part to me is wild. That part to me is really fucked up, and that's why when he said, you know, the wedding industrial complex, that's where I feel like those things are heavily skewed against men. Heavily. And that has to change. I mean, there's a whole bunch of reasons why people aren't having children. I believe the first and foremost biggest thing is financially, like financial reasons. And I think that's cited between both sexes, that they find like it's just too expensive, right? You can argue if that's a cop out or not, sure, but I think it's certainly a real thing in Vancouver, anyways, where I live, which is one of the most expensive cities in the world. Yeah, so something to keep in mind for sure. Okay, let's continue.
At one time, our president talked about it and say, "Wachana na hiyo maneno, mtoto ni mtoto." You see, in Tanzania they debated it in parliament, and in most communities, people have agreed that fatherhood is sociological; it's not biological. Because when you go to the biological and start testing, doing a paternity test for every children, the society will be destroyed. Many remember, and this is another statistic: out of every generation, including our generation, about 98% to 99% of women, they get to pass on their genes. It means they have children. But only 40% of men get to do that. This includes married men. There are males to do that. But only 40% of men, they get to pass on their genes. It means they have children. But only 40% of men get to do that. This includes married men. There are several married men who have children, and not even one of them is theirs, even 6 children. We've seen this in the cases of footballers, famous footballers, and I was telling you 30%.
Did you guys hear that? So, in society, historically, however long they've been cracking this, 98% of women get to pass on their genes. So this, you know, but 48% or whatever, less than 48% actually get to pass on their genes, right? So the statistics prove that hypergamy is a factor in this, right? Even if there are 100% of men that want to procreate, which is not necessarily true, but let's just assume that's the case. Not 100% of men can actually procreate. Like, they cannot find a partner to be able to procreate. But the majority of women can, okay? So this really goes in line with what a lot of the red pill community says, that women are the gatekeepers of sex and men are the gatekeepers of relationships. That, I don't agree with everything in the red pill community, but I believe that to be very much the truth.
Of men fail paternity tests. Even nowadays, I think we have had cases in Kenya where there was a school that got banned, and the fathers could not find their DNA among the ladies who could not be identified. Nowadays, it's standard practice. If you have a fire and you cannot recognize the bodies of the people who are dead. They take the DNA of the mother, because the DNA of the father sometimes, most of the times, it brings very bad results. So you just take the DNA of the mother.
Thank you for watching that video. Now, something that surprised me in 2024 that I think you should...
That's crazy. It's wild, huh? Wow, we got another 30 speed run. Grinded, but 30 speed. That's great.
Or whatever, and they looking at you like, damn, you got a kid, you ain't taking care of him. Like I'm for it. Like I honestly, at this point, because men.
The audio's terribly recorded on this.
That is not a thing that paternity tests are not.
And they have a mic right in front of them too.
The delivery package.
Well, you understand why that is, though, right? Because
I don't.
Well, I mean, that's what part of monogamy was for. You know what I'm saying? Was realistically to ensure the fact that the odds were in your favor of knowing your child.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, like, we're still operating from an old standard, an old, mindset and way of doing things. But to go piggyback off what you were saying, one of my good friends, Tony, I remember when, yeah, he's my guy. He wrote a book about it. It became like a New York Times bestseller or whatever. But there's like I will never forget when he was telling me on the phone one day. He's like, there's a whole young man walking around with my name. With my name. It's not even mine.
Shout out to Jerry Springer, man.
Rest in peace.
Right.
Rest in peace to Jerry Springer. Yeah.
The GOAT. Like, Jerry was the GOAT. Raised me. I don't know about y'all in daytime television, but yeah, daytime television. It's like Uncle Jerry.
Yeah.
Jerry Springer. Like Jerry was.
Yo, you gotta think about that. Yo, what? I spent my whole life, 3 decades, watching men be like, you are not the father, and you gonna divorce me when I decided to test my child? This is crazy. My whole life. I don't know what's real, what's not.
Yeah, there's no restitution, by the way. So you might not be the father, you might be able to prove it. And if you sign those documents, you're responsible for that child. And if you never got married and you didn't sign those documents, but you kind of adopted those kids because, you dated someone that's a single mother, you have no right to those kids, by the way. Sorry, I thought I just heard something. You have absolutely no right to those kids, by the way. Your girlfriend could take those kids away from you in a heartbeat, and there's not fuck all that you could do about it. Not legally. You're not their father, right? So you end up raising those kids for the next 10 years, 20 years. You call them your own. Unless you legally adopt them, they're not yours.
Not anymore.
Divorce was a little bit much. Like filing for divorce was much, and I think that I would have. Or just being honest. Yeah, just being honest. Yeah, but sometimes I'm honest to cover
See,
my
that's
back.
not to. See, that's the thing about. This is the thing about females. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you, because I was gonna say it.
Respect.
I'm glad you're gonna say it.
Females that always want detail,
But can't
like
take details.
Why don't you tell me the truth? Why don't you tell me? And then you tell them, and then they go file for a whole divorce. Damn, I told you. Now we on the
Now I'm single.
We on the front page of the news, like damn.
I think men will be surprised.
Now I at the table.
Look at what the Jew get you.
No, I think men will be surprised to find out what women are okay with. If you came to me and told me I want to get a paternity test, I'll be like, damn, you thought I was cheating? And then we go get it.
Feeling you?
And you find out.
My girl a munch.
Wait. Actually, y'all,
females are no good, man. I love y'all, but y'all no good.
Men are good.
Yo, this is the biscuit I love. This is the biscuit I'm with. Come on, we rock it.
Y'all no good, man. You niggas dirty. What the truth?
Y'all divorce us.
We get divorced. Now we calling Tyrone like it's
unfortunately, we're kind of socialized to deal with a lot of bullshit, right? So I think. Are you serious? Are you serious? We're literally social.
We out here grinding to get y'all red bottoms, and y'all stomping us with the red bottoms.
Hey, what does that have to do with dealing with bullshit? We're talking about two discrete things. Like I'm just.
No, he's trying to say like because they're grinding to get things for us, we need to take them.
At least you understand.
I'm just trying to.
No. What
No, but you got, but you caught it.
Separate, like. Look, listen. I'm just saying that, like, to Lonnie's point, we are encouraged and like socialized through bullshit. So it's like real talk. If he had a problem, he probably would have been better maybe saying it from the jump, and then dealing with it, and then she's like, you know what? Take your little fucking test. What do you want to do? So you can look stupid as fuck.
It's still, but you see, look, that energy. It's a lose-lose. Yeah, it's a lose-lose.
No, but what I'm saying is I feel like that would be her energy, like, cause she already knows what it's gonna be. So she's like, all right, take your little test.
But all right, so you think that?
Be on the out.
You think it just ends there? Like the thing, it never ends there. You know what I'm saying? As a guy who be trying to be real in front, yeah, especially when she's right, it never ends there.
See, here we go with the women are always right. That be the thing. They always right. When they wrong, they right.
Women are not always right.
Life, happy, wife.
No,
Yeah.
women are not
You know what a
always
marriage
right.
contract is real quick? You know a marriage, like yo. Hold on. You must
Whoa, what? Am I giving you the eye or something?
I can feel it. I can feel it.
Hold on.
I'm waiting.
Give me 2 seconds. Listen, let me tell you something. The worst contract, right? Besides like the old school Diddy bad boy contract.
The Death Row contract.
Yeah. The worst thing that you could ever sign is a marriage contract. Why? Because you're betting somebody half of what you own, and you're gonna be in love with them for the rest of your life. Some days you wake up, you don't even be fucking with yourself. You're like, yo, I don't even like why. So, like, if that was a bet in the casino, nobody would play that machine.
Never.
Ain't nobody putting no money on betting if they're gonna love somebody for the rest of their life. 'Cause no matter what you're going through in life, it might not be like me with my wife. You know what I'm saying? Like we got together, then we got married, then we had kids. But like now she's a mother. It's people change. It might not have nothing to do with me. It could just some people find God, some people find Casamigos, some people you know what I mean? And the person that you married 10 years ago is a whole savage now, listening to Chief Keef, whatever they got going on. Now they drilling. Now they playing Ice Spice in the spot.
I'm drilling right now.
See?
Definitely.
See? Now they gang. I just want a roughneck nigga.
Shout out Lola, you coming through? What's up with it?
Who I married.
Okay, this conversation's getting off the rails. Sorry, I'm just trying to get some runes.
It's a good point though, I ain't gonna lie.
Marriage is like 70% fail.
No, I don't disagree with you, but
Failing.
It's a losing bet.
wait.
If this was the odds, it's definitely a plus.
I'm just saying, right?
Spanish. We say it's a lot. See, it's not gonna work if you don't work. I work.
I agree. So you're telling me
A relationship, the definition is a cycle of compromise. I want to go to the movies, you want Netflix and chill. So we gotta find that happy medium every single time. I want Brew Chris, you want STK. It's always.
not always. Sometimes, we might have to the line.
Wait, we just saw
I've been
the.
married for a very long time.
Wait.
Clap it up.
Macri.
Mary, it doesn't happen overnight. Like if you're living a conscious life, you don't wake up one day and you're like, yo, who are you? Like if you decide to be present, yeah, it changes, right? You are aware. You say I'm a therapist?
A lot of therapy.
Oh.
But See you as a therapist.
He's like, there we go.
There you go. She got a cheat code.
You got it. We gonna talk. We gonna talk. But no,
What I'm saying is, if you are a conscious person, your partner, it's very difficult for your partner to just outgrow you. Because you're living in the present. You are aware. You're not like 2 years has passed and like, yo, why are you listening to Chief Keef? Erica. I thought you like Erica Badu. No, because you are an active participant. You're there. You're seeing it happen. And you can make a decision at that moment because life is based on choices. We're all always at crossroads. So I'm gonna make a decision. Am I gonna keep up or am I gonna get left behind? Am I gonna get stuck in myself? Or is this marriage? Because a marriage is us, and then there's you, and then there's me. You gonna get caught up in yourself?
Real. I'm so happy. I'm so happy for her husband. Her husband is a lucky man.
Honestly,
Till this day. That's right. Till this day.
keep drinking that wine.
That's the type of marriage I want.
You wanna be
Okay, let's go back to the divorce lawyer stuff.
That, to some degree, tradition is the wisdom of the people who were here before us, and to some degree, tradition is peer pressure exerted by dead people. And I think that, when you say, like, well, why are you getting married? Well, because you're supposed to. Well, why? Well, my parents were married, my grandparents were married. Okay, but, like, your grandmother didn't have the sum total of all human wisdom in a digital device in her hand. Like, the world she lived in was very different. So why would a technology that worked for her necessarily make sense for you? So, marriage is just shockingly challenging at a minimum. I still think it's a good idea because the other statistic I find equally, if not more interesting, is that 86% of people remarry within 5 years of their divorce.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. And I've watched so many people do it, and do it quite successfully. Sometimes because I think that they bring, I think second marriage energy is a different thing. I think it's like, okay, I've figured out what I don't want. And I've seen and made some mistakes. And now I know what not to do, hopefully. And failure is a phenomenal teacher in that regard. And I think that people who have been through it, they kind of go, okay, like I'm not quite as afraid anymore because I've had this happen. It's like when you've had a failed business, it's unfortunate. But it's also, there's a freedom of like, okay, I failed and I'm still alive.
Didn't die.
Like I'm still here, I didn't die. So you know what? Let me ante up again. Let's do this. And let me take the lessons and do something with it. So I think that marriage is still something that's incredibly important to us as a species. And I think there has to be some greater reason for that.
Yeah. What about, can you tell after all of these divorces and being around all of these people who are unhappily married, if you look at a couple, can you tell if they're moving towards divorce or not? And if so, how, why, what are the signs?
I've been told I have good, we don't know what to call it yet, like I have good gaydar because I live in Chelsea and I'm kind of like, oh, maybe he is. But I don't know what the divorce equivalent of gaydar would be, where I can just sort of like smell I used to be very good at it on watching the Real Housewives shows on Bravo. I would be like, oh, they're done. Oh yeah, they're on their way out. And some of their
Be right back, people. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom.
I represented a couple of them. That's public knowledge. But yeah, I mean, I think that I can, when I spend time with a couple, I definitely have a radar for the habits, the ways they interact with each other, and a sensitivity to it. I think we actually all do, probably, but I think that my sensitivity to it is much higher because I spend so much time with people who are in that level of conflict to the point where it's so irretractable that now they're getting divorced. Like a couples counselor probably would spend time with people that are in marital challenge but might find their way to navigate out of it. I am the look, it's dead and I'm here to bury it person. So.
And what do they typically look like? Like, what are the first signs that a marriage is going sideways and it's going to end in your office?
Yeah. My mom used to say to me that it's hard to spot intelligence, but you can spot stupid a mile away. And so maybe intelligence is like an absence of stupid, right? So I think a lot of what I would say are the red flags that a relationship is not likely to continue successfully. are an absence of things rather than a presence,
Ooh,
right?
yeah.
So like one of the things that's present in almost all the happy couples I know is this sense of like cheering for each other. You know, this sense of like, you're interested, you're interesting, and I'm cheering for you. When you have that, it's a superpower of sorts. And the absence of it or the opposite of it, we've all been to the dinner party where like whatever he says, she's rolling her eyes at. And whatever she says, he's like not even really listening. And he's kind of like, wait, what? Like, yeah, okay, whatever. You know, and it's just a vibe. It's a feeling. It's
And
that
they think
sense
it looks
of like,
cool.
yeah, well, you know, the zeitgeist has told people it's cool.
I'm back, everyone.
Like I don't know what
Thanks
that's
for your
about,
patience.
but like, you know, this is something that as a man and a woman, we probably experience a little differently. But like you go out with a group of men, and if a guy is like, dude, my wife's like the coolest, man. Like it's sort of like, what is with this guy? Whereas if the guy is like, my wife's like the most loathsome harpy ever to castrate a man, you know, they're like, yeah, I know, man, that's how they are. And women, it's the same thing. Like if you know, say like, oh, my husband's just so great, you know, it's kind of, maybe it's a little more acceptable. But if you do the like, you know, man, they're just so stupid. It's like, amen, sister, you know, and that's, we've really been taught to like have this battle, you know, and see it that way. And look, for whatever reason, you know, the battle of the sexes and the sort of girls versus boys thing, I get there's a bonding element to that or whatever. But like if you're saying there are 8 billion people in the world and you're the one, like I want you, like I want you to hold my hand and let's figure this thing out. Let's walk together. Let's see each other's blind spots. Let's like try to just cheer for each other, help each other. Like to me, the goal of marriage should be that at the end of your life, you could say, this person helped me be the most authentic version of myself. And I helped them do the same thing. Like, what could be more worthy of a pursuit than that? Like, what could be a greater asset to have than that? But for most people, I don't know that that's the goal. There's this sense of like, you know, yeah, like this is my person, like I picked them. I don't know if I'd pick them again if I had to do over again. Like, and that's when you feel that around people, that rolling of the eyes. But one of the things I think is really fun to do is when you're out, you know, with a group of couples or whatever, and someone's got that vibe of like, oh, you can tell they had to fight in the car on the way there, or they have that sort of like rolling their eyes at each other. If you go, so how'd you guys meet? Tell me about how you met. There's a softening that happens that is fascinating to me because people kind of go back in their head to like when they were trying to close the deal, you know, and when it still was something they were aspiring to, was to be this person's person. And they go back there in their mind for a minute, and there's something that shifts. So for me, the long answer to that question is, when I feel like people have lost that thought completely, they've stopped trying to close, you know, they've lost sight of the fact that like this is their person. And, you know, constructive criticism is important in any relationship, but it's still criticism. Like, and it never feels good to be criticized. And you know, obviously, as someone who has a lot of management experience, that, you know, there are ways to modify the behaviors of people around you that don't require direct criticism, even constructive criticism. Like, praising the behavior that you're trying to facilitate is the way to do it. And in marriage, that's incredibly easy. It's incredibly easy because you have all these levers. You have affection, sex, romance. You know, you have all of these things that you can weaponize in a good way to modify the behavior of this person and help improve the dynamic without them feeling criticized. So to me, when I see criticism, that to me is the biggest red flag.
So good. My husband actually was the one who taught me. He taught me that wasn't cool to even make jokes about your partner in front of other people.
Yeah.
And he was like, it's just a disrespectful thing. We don't do that in front of other people.
Yeah.
And I really, you know, my parents have been married forever. They're very happily married still. They're incredible partners. But that was okay in their marriage. You know, they could have a little... But when I saw it, I thought, yeah, actually it is kind of disrespectful. And, you know, Chris and I, it's us against the world. And don't get me wrong, we fight, but I love how you say healthy couples fight, they just fight fairly.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
so
it's no
we
low
try.
blows. It's no like, the weaponization of intimacy to me is the scariest thing in the world because it's so brave to love someone. Like it's so brave, like to go, I'm going to show you all of these soft spots. Like, you know, you marry a Navy SEAL, he's got soft spots. I guarantee it, you know? And maybe he doesn't show them to anybody, you know, but he's got to be able to show them to you. And if when someone makes you the keeper of that, if you ever use that to like weaponize, like anyone who's ever been in a relationship for more than a month, you have a sentence, like you keep it in the chamber, hopefully forever. But you have a sentence you know you could say to your partner that would literally reduce them to tears. Like we all do. Like you have it with your friends. You have it, anyone you know really well. You're like, I know what would crush them. And as a divorce lawyer, like I see what happens when people unleash that kraken, you know, and you can't take it back. You can't take it back. And those little indignities, those little jabs, those little, like people's relationships fall apart the way people go bankrupt. Very slowly and then all at once. And how companies fail. Very slowly and then all at once. And relationships the same thing. It's like very slowly and then you just go right off the cliff.
Oof. You know, I loved how you talked about why people shouldn't talk badly about their spouses. And you also had this story about a dog that my husband and I were watching last night. Yeah. And we were sort of laughing about it and saying, like, I think one of the interesting things about you and why I wanted you to come talk to our people is I've been through a divorce and it was terrible. And it wasn't his fault entirely and it wasn't my fault entirely. We were two super flawed people that just couldn't figure it out. And if I don't have very many regrets in life, but that one's damn near close. Just like getting there, having that presupposition that we have to get married and I just should marry a person because there are these boxes that it fit into. And I take that on my shoulders. Like, I think that was my fault for even saying yes fully, you know, and I was the one that wanted to leave. And so I'm always like, man, if I could go to young Cody and say a few things differently, it would be a lot of the stuff that you talk about. And it's weird that I would talk to young Cody about a divorce attorney. You know, that's not like my immediate thought. It's like maybe a fucking counselor or a priest. I don't know. Yeah. But you have this story about how a dog has a lot in common with how a good relationship is today. And how we're kind of fucked up in the way we think about relationships. Will you share it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a dog person, so I've always had
Me
dogs.
too.
And I think they teach us a lot about love because if I've learned anything from my dogs, it's how absolutely insane it is to love anything. And I think part of it really is the acknowledgement, because they have this incredibly short lifespan, we know that a dog is not gifted to us permanently, it's loaned. Like we're gonna have it for this little period of time. And I think there's something about when someone says, it's gonna be you and me forever, that there's a very human part to go, whew, great, all right, got that done now. I can focus on some other things, you know, because there's no shortage of things to focus on. But really, like, love is loaned. Like, your husband's love is loaned to you, and your love is loaned to him. It's not permanently gifted, and your marriage will end. Every marriage ends. It ends in death or divorce. It's weird, because it's one of those things you go, I really hope yours ends in death. Like, what a weird thing to say out loud. But the truth is, like, your marriage will end, and you want it to end in death. You want it to end way down the road in death. But more likely than not, marriages end in divorce. But there is something about the love we have for a dog, the love we have for pets, that I think knows that this is not going to be here forever and that we should be really enjoying it and really focusing on it and really being selfless in our love of it. And also, too, there's something about the way, I mean, dogs just are always cheering for us, you know? Like, there's an old joke, like, if you want to know who loves you more, lock your spouse and your dog in the trunk of the car, open it up, half hour later, and she becomes happy to see you.
My father-in-law told me that joke before we got married.
Yeah,
so.
it's a fair joke, you know? But I really do think that we learn a lot about ourselves and about love and about loss by having pets. I think that for me, I've learned a lot about love from having a dog, and also from my heart's infinite capacity for love. Because every time I go, yeah, I'm never doing that again, I could never love any dog the way I love Buster. I could never love any dog the way I love Huckleberry. There's no way I could love. And then somehow I do. Like, and it doesn't take anything away from how much I love them to have this new additional love in my life. But it reminds me that, you know, that we have this infinite capacity for love, and that it's incredibly brave. Like, it's incredibly brave to love something. It's incredibly brave, because to love anything is to accept the fact that you will inevitably lose it. And so acknowledging that I'm going to hold on to this thing that I can never hold on to forever, and I'm going to open myself up to it, and I'm going to let it become part of me, I think is the bravest thing a person can do. And I think, you know, if you're not scared, it's not brave. You know, like, I'm sure your husband and everyone who's ever served with, like, I'm sure they've all been scared. And that's what makes them brave, is that they're scared and they do the thing that needs to be done anyway. And I think love should be approached that way.
Why do you think that you're not more jaded, having seen all these divorces? I mean, I've met a lot of attorneys, and we talked about this a little bit beforehand, but, you know, you seem to be a tough guy, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, tattoos, divorce attorney, some of the biggest divorces in the world you've done. But you also seem really kind and very open-hearted. How did you keep that?
I blame my mom. She was, like, you know, I was the perfect amalgam of my two parents. My father was a Annapolis Vietnam veteran, like, really hard, really rigid man. My mom was like left-wing, so far left it was like the leftist you could ever be, and progressive liberal and a total hippie. So I guess I had to become a lawyer because I had to see both sides of every argument always. They never voted for the same person, but they really loved each other. They were married over 50 years when my mom passed away. My mom passed away 10 years ago today.
I'm so sorry.
And no, she lived an amazing life. She's an amazing person. And I think a lot of it came from her. You know,
Oh, welcome to stream.
There's a line from a Joseph Brodsky poem. It's one of my favorite poems.
Thanks for
It's called
tuning
Song.
in.
He wrote it when his wife
If
died.
you're new to the channel,
the refrain of the poem is, I wish you
my name's
were here,
TRG. I'm the
I wish you were
host
here.
of this channel.
And one of the lines
We're
is,
talking
I
about
wish
some
you were here,
MEMS
I wish you were
problems.
here. I wish I knew no
Let me pause this video so I'm not talking over it. We're watching James Sexton talk about divorce, really, with Kobe Sanchez. And so far, this is a pretty good video, pretty insightful. They're both actually divorced. I think James has been divorced twice, and he's just talking about divorce in general, right? Like different things, statistics that happen with divorce. You know, why do we do these? Why do we do this crazy thing called marriage, right? Even though, you know, statistically speaking, that at least in Canada, 38 to 40% of marriages will end in divorce, right? Like, let's see this stat right here. Yeah, these are 2020. So 38 to 40% of marriages end in divorce, lifetime risk. Yeah, which is crazy.
Draw to me when the stars appear. And there's something to me about when you watch how fragile love is, and you watch so many people lose it, and you feel and you sit across the table from people who are in so much pain because they had it, and they had this path and this plan, and they were certain, and then it's gone. Sometimes they screwed it up. Sometimes it's through no fault of their own. Their spouse just came home and said, and there's something about when you were around that all the time that you realize, like, how beautiful and fragile love is. Like, because it is the greatest, I mean, anyone, like, people say to me, like, well, how do you believe in love still? And I'm like, that's like saying, like, do you believe in gravity? Like, gravity is there whether I believe in it or not. Like, love is, of course I believe in love. Love's everywhere. Love's the only thing. Like, all this other stuff we're doing, why are we doing it? We're doing it because we want love, we want to feel worthy of love, we want to care for the people we love, we want to have some level of safety, security, and control for the people we love or for ourselves so we can continue to enjoy time with the people we love. It all comes back to love. Like, all of it comes back to love. So watching the fragility of love, watching the quote-unquote failure of love has not made me less of a romantic. It's not made me less, it makes me more humbled by this vital, beautiful, fragile thing. And even though I know the astronomy, I still think the stars are beautiful. Like, I don't think that knowing that love can go horribly wrong has ever for a moment shaken my faith in how important it is and how beautiful it is. Because even as a divorced person myself, even as someone who has had love and seen that love end in the way I didn't expect it to end, like, I am a better person for every one of those loves. And even when you say, like, oh, you know, I look back at young Cody and I kind of say to her, like, oh, maybe this is the wrong, like, you would never be who you are if you hadn't that experience. And you would not have the marriage you have now if you hadn't had that experience. And even if the lesson of that experience was to show you, okay, that isn't so I need to find something different than that in some ways. Like, and that's where I think there's so much overlap in my relationship on perspective and a lot of the things you do in terms of business and entrepreneurship is it's a lot about, you know, can people take the same ingredients and make a different meal with it, you know? And we all know the answer is yes. Like, we all know, like, you can take the same people in a business and restructure it and change the way they interact with each other as manager and employee, and you can make an entirely new business with the exact same ingredients. You could give Thomas Keller or, you know, any amazing, you know, Michelin star chef the same ingredients as me, and they're going to make something incredible out of it because they have this technique and ability. So I think it's the same thing. Like, I think that the ingredients of who we are, when paired with other different ingredients, we can make something radically different. Or even in a relationship that's struggling, we can take those same ingredients and figure out ways to make something different.
Here's something nobody tells you. When I buy businesses, I don't just look at the cash flow. I look at how fast I can make them look credible online. Why? Because perception creates opportunity. Customers, lenders, even sellers judge you by your digital footprint before they ever shake your hand.
And there's all these little tiny things when you first fall in love with someone that they do that you absolutely love and that make you feel loved. And that you do for them and that probably make them feel loved. But, like, when's the last time, I'm not going to put you on the spot, but when's the last time that you said to your partner or your spouse, hey, what are some things I do that make you feel loved? Or when's the last time you said, hey, you know when you get that, when you see that I'm out of that sparkling water that I like and you just, like, buy a case of it when you're out at the store, that makes me feel so seen, so loved. Like, kind of don't do that. Like, we just don't do it. It's sort of like, oh, yeah, you know, this person's with me now. Like, they're legally obliged to be here. Like, I don't have to do all that anymore. And it's absolutely true. Like, you don't. Like, but there's so many things when you first meet someone and you're kind of trying to close the deal. You know, it's like the job interview. At the interview and the first week of work, like, everything is new and fascinating and wonderful, and it's like, oh my God, if you did this, and I'm
Hey,
just so
welcome to the
glad
stream.
have the-
Thanks so much for attending. I appreciate it. We are watching a video from James Sexton. He's talking to Cody Sanchez regarding divorce. So it's actually a really good video. If you're not familiar with who James Sexton is, he is the #1 divorce attorney in New York. If I'm not mistaken, he's actually represented some very, very high-profile divorce cases with athletes, rock stars, movie stars, you know, internet celebrities, whatever. And Kobe Sanchez is like a serial entrepreneur. She owns like a ton of different businesses. So they're talking about divorce and marriage as well. And they're both divorced, by the way. I think James is divorced multiple times. So it's interesting. He's defended people, or he's represented people in divorce cases for the last 25 years, but he actually still believes in marriage.
The job, like, this is so great. Like, I'm so tired of sending resumes. Like, I got the job. And like 4 months in, you're like, oh, you know? I mean, well, it's the same job, but your perception.
If you have any opinions about divorce, please write them in the chat. Love to hear them. this is I'm Canadian, so these are some Canadian statistics that are old from 2020. So divorce rates in 2020, anyways, out of 1,000 married people, 5.6 were divorced. So they're old statistics, by the way. I've heard that things really hit the pedal to the metal during COVID years, so like 2020 to 22. Whether yet to see the data on that to really prove that out. I just know a few people, and obviously know a few people through the grapevine that got divorced during COVID. I think it was because they spent all waking day and night together because of COVID. You know, the people that are fortunate enough or unfortunate enough, however you want to look at it, were doing remote work at that time. And it kind of became a point where it was just really difficult to be with someone all day, all night. Maybe they realized that they actually weren't right fits for each other. But one of the things I want to point out, which was very interesting, and then right now, it's reported that there's less divorces, drop in divorces. I'm assuming it's because the consolidation of resources, because the economy is so bad right now. So that might be the reason why. You know, economy's shitty, it's hard to get a job, inflation still remains relatively high, groceries are expensive. It's just easier to stay together out of survival necessity, right? And amongst other things, you know, love. But what was interesting is this lifetime risk, right? So about 38 to 40% of marriages end in divorce. That's almost half. That's pretty crazy, right? So, you know, you might be together for 20 years, raise a bunch of kids, they go off to college, and then you split up. Yeah. So let's continue watching this. If you have any thoughts on those things, please let me know, but let's continue watching this.
Of how special it is and how lucky you are to have it has now been completely jaded by the fact that you have it. And so I think in relationships, we stop paying attention. And when we stop paying attention, you know, no single raindrop is responsible for the flood, but the flood is just a bunch of little raindrops. And so people always, when they're talking about marriages ending, they're like, you know, and I get this a lot, like, because not everybody interviews with the level of nuance you do. They'll say, like, what are 4 things that people can do to save their marriage? And you're like, or what are the main 3 reasons why marriages end, you know? I'm always tempted to say, like, a snarky answer when they're like, what's the #1 reason people get divorced? I'm like, well, because they don't want to be married anymore. You know, like, you know, but really what they want me to say is infidelity, you know, or financial impropriety, but those are symptoms. Like, infidelity is a symptom of the problem. The problem is almost always the same, disconnection. Disconnection from self, and then disconnection from the other person. Because the 2 biggest problems are we don't know what we want, and we don't know how to express it to another person.
So I think this is a very important thing for me to mention to people about divorce in general. It's the symptom is the cheating. The root cause is, like, you didn't just, most couples that I know don't get up one day and then decide to, like, cheat on their spouse, right? Like, that really doesn't happen, or at least the people that I know that doesn't happen to. It's other things that are in there that have caused that divorce or infidelity. Now, I personally don't think that infidelity is right, but it's an oversimplification of infidelity to just say, well, that person cheated, so they're horrible. Okay, cool. Yes, that person did cheat. They're horrible. Cheating is wrong. Sure. All those things can be true. You know what else can be true? They might have felt that they've been pushed to the brink and they were only seen in a certain light and then that's what they pushed them to basically cheat. Right? So 2 things can be true at once. And this is not me trying to justify cheating, but cheating is a symptom, a byproduct of many different things that have failed and many different mechanisms that have failed along the road of a relationship or a marriage. All right. that's the point that I'm trying to make. I think he, obviously illustrated it way better than I did. But there's so much nuance to this when you're talking about relationships. It's really, really important that you guys understand that. It's never so black and white. That's why a lot of times, sometimes when I talk to, some women in China, and it's like, oh, well, I did X, we're divorced. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, do you mind me asking what happened? They're like, oh, he cheated, right? And yeah, sure, that was probably the action that he took in order to basically snowball their divorce, right, in the ending of their relationship, his infidelity. And yeah, there's plenty of men that are bad men in China, just like in any other society. But that's an oversimplification of what actually happened to drive that person to that particular point. It's not always out of, convenience. Like, man, this person was so good looking, women are just throwing themselves at him. And, like, he had no choice but to sleep with, like, the town of women, right? Like, let's be real. Like, most guys are not that famous, not that good looking, not that rich to be able to hold that kind of power, to have those kind of options. So there's a lot more nuance to it. And usually I tell people that I meet, if they ever want any advice on this, I say, look, cheating is wrong, point blank. I'm not justifying what this particular person did. But in order to learn from that experience, you really need to ask yourself, what do you think drove that person to make those kind of decisions? That's not me victim blaming. That's educating someone to have some kind of self-reflection, to have a takeaway from that particular experience, rather than just, they're a fucking asshole. You learn nothing from that. You learn nothing about yourself. You learn nothing about that other person. You learn nothing about the event that happened and how to identify even those red flags before you get to that place within yourself, or maybe even that other person, right? So I think that's hugely important, that you guys understand that infidelity doesn't happen overnight. Yeah, I think that's the main thing that I'm trying to illustrate.
And the most dangerous lies are the ones we tell ourselves. I mean, I think in both of our lines of work, we know that. That, like, the most dangerous lies are the things you tell yourself. Oh, no, well, no. We're going to, next quarter, we're going to turn this thing around. Like, the lies you tell yourself are so dangerous in marriage because you can't possibly identify what it is you need, what your partner needs, how you're meeting it, how your needs are not getting met. If you're not having an honest conversation with yourself, and then ideally with your partner in some fashion.
Yeah, it's fascinating because one of the things Chris is really good at is he will tell me frequently, like, we have to have the difficult conversations that most people want to push aside, because if we don't, they're a little bit like a festering wound, right? You just.
The other thing that they were talking about before, previously to me going on a rant about this particular topic, is the fact that, two couples out of respect, when they're in public forums, just shouldn't throw their other spouse under the bus, right? Shouldn't make fun of their cooking. Oh, sorry, I just got a message. Welcome to the stream. The other thing that I was mentioning just now is, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for tuning in. The other thing that I wanted to mention that I think is important, and that Cody and James were talking about earlier, is not to throw your spouse under the bus, especially in public forums, right? So not to make fun of your spouse in front of every other person, almost in jest, really, that you're taking a jab at them and you put them in this really weird space and predicament where they almost feel like, well, what exactly do I do now? If I fight back and defend myself in front of all my friends or family or public or whatever, I'm going to look like the crazy asshole that's being defensive. But if I don't stick up for myself right now, then this is just going to spiral out of control, right? And and it reinforces that particular person's behavior, because they're going to feel like they can just always make fun of me in public no matter what, right? If you have a problem with that particular person, do it in private, okay? Especially amongst married couples. I've seen too many couples, and I've sat through too many dinners where one person's taking a passive aggressive shot at the other person, and the excuse is always like, oh, I was just joking, honey, why are you so mad, or whatever. Or that could be from husband to wife or wife to husband, right? It's not sex specific. And the problem with this is it's really disrespectful, and you gain a level of resentment. Now, I think when there's levels to this. So if you're making fun of someone and it's just in good fun that you're poking fun of each other, and it's flirting, right? To try to keep things spicy and alive. I get that in some respects, but those things should be equally measured, right? So if I'm single right now, but if I had a girlfriend and I was making fun of her in front of my friends, I would expect her to also make fun of me at the same level. And it should usually be like in good fun. It shouldn't be anything that's like a low blow, like someone's sticking a knife, into your kidney kind of thing. Or you're divulging like really private things that you would never, ever make available to public. I think that's totally wrong. That's like a betrayal of trust in a very, very public forum. That's part of the reason why I had a certain particular stance about Akash Singh, which we reviewed yesterday's video or the day before, where his wife was very publicly kind of making fun of him, like saying stuff like, if we don't have a joint bank account, he's not, that's a total red flag for me, right? Like, his money is my money is my money. And then talking about her, I don't know, sex escapades, back in the day when she was in her college days. Like, that's wild, in my opinion anyways. That's wildly disrespectful to your partner if you're going online to talk about that kind of spicy content. So and it's disrespectful to yourself as well, right? You should have some self-respect not to parade your own personal things all over the interwebs, especially if it's to do with stuff in the bedroom and stuff between two married couples. So yeah, that's something I really wanted to point out, and I think it's important. Let me continue on with this.
Just let it like rot away at the edges, rot away at the edges.
Thanks so much for obviously tuning in. If you haven't subscribed already, please subscribe. Please like the video or comment. I'm happy to engage with you. I would love to engage with you guys actually on the chat more, to have more people viewing my stream and having concurrent streamers to ask questions, give feedback. If they want to watch a particular thing, we can watch it together, and then I can give my feedback on it. But yeah.
And so sure, it is about, I don't know, trash left on the countertop. It's not really about that. There's like something deeper.
But see, trash left on the countertop is a great example. Because trash left, like, it's not about the pasta. Like, trash left on the countertop is not about trash left on the countertop. It's about, why are you not respecting our space? It's about, why do you not know that kind of bothers me? And if you do know it and you do it anyway, why is my feeling not important to you? Like, so that's kind of everything, Like, how you do anything is how you do everything. And the passion with which you do it. Because if you think about it, that actually can be equally leveraged as a sign of love. Because if he...
So I think he brings up a really good point, and I want to take this a step further so that you guys understand. Sometimes when your significant other or someone that you care deeply about within your life blows up at you, it's really not about the particular thing that they're blowing up at you about. Like, if you get home and your wife freaks out at you because you didn't buy milk, or you forgot to bring home milk or something like that, generally speaking, it's really not about the milk. Like, if the milk was so important to you guys, hell, you could fucking DoorDash it if you really needed to. You could drive out to a 24-hour open, 7-Eleven and get milk, or, you know, Save on Foods is open till 11 p.m. Like, there's tons of possibility. Or even in the morning, if she's like, well, the kids, you know, they need milk in the morning for their cereal. And this is not sex specific, so it could obviously be in the reverse, right? The argument could be in the reverse. But there's abilities for you to get milk very easily, right? So it's not about the milk. It's about some underlining issue that probably has repeatedly bugged her or yourself, if you're a guy. And that's really what the crux of the issue is about. Okay? She's just using that one incident, or he is using that one incident as a vehicle to basically passively aggressively deliver that message.
He doesn't mind having the thing on the counter, and he knows you do, and he moves it off the counter, then he's saying, I love you. Like, that's what that is. Like, he's saying, best example I have is throw pillows. Like, I would never have a throw pillow in my whole life. Like, what man would be like throw pillows? Like, we just don't. But women love them. And so I really could tell I was in love when I was like, oh yeah, I should straighten the throw pillows up, you know? Because it was like, it's
you know what the equivalent of this is? Why are there socks on the floor, all over the floor, right? So you get home from a hard day's work, you kick off your boots or whatever, your shoes, you throw some socks, like, you know, at the entrance. You do this for a couple days, there's accumulation of like dirty socks, messy socks, and then your wife freaks out. And she's maybe not necessarily freaking out because of that one pair of socks that you did on that day. She's freaking out because she's reminded you 7 days in a row and you haven't done it. And more importantly, you kind of just don't give a fuck because you don't foresee it as a huge fucking problem, right? For you, it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean anything. But for her, it's a really big deal because she has asked you to address it numerous amount of times. Okay? And again, these roles could be reversed. It's not necessarily a female to male thing. It could be a male to female thing. I just can't really think of an example at this point. Excuse me. But you get the idea, right? So it's really important that you guys understand that. It's not... and then on the reverse side of that is if you didn't give a fuck about it, but you cared enough about your wife to actually proactively pick up your socks every time that you got home, which is, let's face it, not really that big of an obstacle or chore, right? Even if you had a long day of work, then you are signifying to your partner that even though I don't give a shit about this, I know you do, so I'm going to try to rectify this issue for you. And I'm going to make that quote-unquote sacrifice in order to be able to do that. Okay? So those are, I think, the little nuanced things in relationships that often elude or evade a lot of people. And it's kind of sad, to be honest with you, because it's such a, you know, potentially an easy thing to do to just really walk back a lot of problems or future problems that could occur just because you didn't pick up socks, right? Like, if I told you, well, your fucking marriage ended. Why? Oh, because you didn't pick up socks. Wouldn't you think that would be like the stupidest thing in the world to like potentially lose your kids over or get divorced or whatever that might be? So, yeah.
No way important to me. But I'd love to believe that my partner would see that and go, he doesn't give a shit about throw pillows. Like, he likes me. Because that's what that is. Like, that's what that is. Like, that's a sign of love. And to me, we never say, like, we rarely say these things out loud. Like, we rarely say to our partner, these dumb little things you do that make me feel seen and loved and cared for. And these dumb little things you do that make me feel not valued and not cared for and kind of dismissed or ignored. But I feel like...
By the way, what he mentioned about having the foresight to really say to yourself, yeah, it's not really about the throw pillows. Like, that person actually cares about me. Now, not everyone has the foresight or the third eye to really be able to detect that, to like see through the action, read the silver lining, read between the lines, you know, like not everyone is that socially intelligent to be able to discern those things. Okay, so I think that's important for me to mention as well, because sometimes you really need to spoon feed that to them, or they need to learn to be more socially like adaptable to understand, hey, this person is doing this for me. I should be a little bit more respectful and appreciative that they did do this. Because I know they don't give a shit about this at all, but they know that I give a shit about it. So, you know, the least I can do is show some kind of appreciation for that.
Like, that's the stuff. And if we could isolate on that stuff and find ways to have discussions about that stuff that aren't going to bring out defensiveness in our partner, or we find ways to like engage in what I call loving behavior modification. You know, the best example I give of that is I dated I'm a lawyer by trade, so I have to do like, I was FB clean shaven. Like, your husband gets to have the cool beard, you know, or he gets to
Grant for like 15 years.
Oh, yeah.
So that was,
now it's like he's bouncing
now
back.
he's like,
Yeah.
fuck you.
Or like Chris, you know, Williamson has the like, oops, I didn't know I was sexist double. You know, which is like, Chris is gonna think I'm like man crushing him now. But like,
He's
it
gonna
really,
like it.
yeah, if I was gonna, he'd be a good man crusher. But the truth is, like, I have to be clean shaven, and I have one of those like thick beards that like, you know. So on the weekends, I tend not to shave because it's like I have 2 days off from shaving. I don't have to go to court. It's good. It's just like you're never gonna get me to suit on the weekend. If someone invites me to a wedding on the weekend, I'm like, I'm not wearing a suit. It's not happening. I wear a suit 5 days a week. So I remember dating a girl, and she had really sensitive skin. And so when I would kiss her, and I was a little stubbly, like I'd be on the weekend, she would get like a little redness, you know, like y'all have sensitive skin.
Yeah.
And she would be like, oh, you know, your beard is prickly. And it really brought out something defensive in me. Like, and I was very like, you know, like, I wouldn't say it, but I found myself thinking, like, you know, you should be happy that I'm kissing you. And, like, now I got to shave when I'm going to see you and Monday through Friday. Like, this is great. Like, I've never no break from this whatsoever. Needless to say, that relationship didn't work out. Not solely for that reason, although maybe it was a symptom. The next woman I dated had the exact same issue, but she was a genius. Because I would shave. Usually it was on Monday morning. She spent the weekend or something. Monday morning, she would come in after I'd shaved, and she'd be like, oh, God, you're like so sexy when you're clean shaven. And she would like press up against my skin, and she'd be like, you're like Don Draper and Mad Men. I love it, you know? Dude, I would shave like 3 times a day. Like I would, by the way, I was like a little kid. Like I would shave, and then I would come downstairs and I'd be like, I just shaved, you know? And she would be like, oh my God, I love it. Yeah. She was doing the exact same thing. She was trying to get me to shave for her benefit. But she went about it brilliantly because I really felt like, oh, this is like something she likes about me. And this is an opportunity I have to like become even more attractive to her and to have some praise from her. What was it? It was the exact same thing as behavior modification. But it was approached from this place of like positive reinforcement, reframing what it is that you want. And to me, like, that's how, in a successful marriage, you shape the behavior of the
God, that's so good. I'm going to take this so literally.
Yeah.
Because now with my man, when I want him to not have a beard, you
Yeah.
can't listen to this podcast.
Yeah, you gotta watch old episodes of like Mad Men and be like, you look so. Remember when you were oh God, it was so hot. Most guys will be like, really? Okay, you know, like if we're gonna get laid from it, we usually will do it. We'll usually do what needs to be.
Yeah, you know, you have said a few funny things about what men want.
Yeah.
And I think you had a funny answer that I liked to what the male version of flowers
Nudes.
is.
Yeah, nudes. Yeah, it was very funny because that was actually off the top of my head. Somebody said, like, what's the male equivalent of getting flowers? I was like, nudes. Oh, wait, was that too quick of an answer? Let me think about it for a minute. Nudes. Yeah. Well, because it really is like we're visual, this is important. But it's that same, because what are flowers? Like, it really isn't like, hey, something was alive and now we've killed it and you can put it in water. Like, that's not, like, in and of itself a particularly romantic gesture. But we've assigned something to it, which is I was thinking of you. I wanted to give you this gesture of my affection. Like, it's really what it is. Well, for men, that's like a tremendous gesture of affection because, you know, the old adage of you know, every guy wants a good girl who's only bad for him, and every woman wants a bad boy who's only good for her.
So true.
And
Like
it
every
really is.
romance,
Read every romance
Oh my
novel, and it's all that. It's always like the hard, you know. So, but with her, he's gentle. You know, and like, come on, you're married to a seal, for God's sake.
Yeah,
Like, he
right
can
in
kill
the box.
people with a
Like, right in the
popsicle
fucking-
stick, and meanwhile he's like soft and gentle and lovely with you. Like, that's like the whole
That's
thing.
hilarious.
It's like every female fantasy right there. And guys, we really want someone who's like, oh, I've never been with a man, and bodice ripping. You know, it's like our thing. So, look, if these are the archetypes of the collective romantic unconscious, okay, leverage it, use it. You know, like, I believe in living in reality, and that's reality. So yeah, I think nudes is the equivalent of flowers. I think I've never, ever heard of a man getting a nude from a woman he has a relationship with and going, oh, that is not appropriate right now. Like, wherever you went in a courtroom and got one.
Very much true.
Like, it's true. Like, most heterosexual men, I'm really talking out of school here. I'm gonna get kicked out of the like bro club. But like, it is hard not to applaud when a woman takes her shirt off. Like, it's hard not to. Like, it feels like a bit like a kid at Christmas. Even if you've seen these same breasts a million times, you feel like a kid, like, oh my God, it's just what I wanted. Those, perfect. Look at those. And then, I don't know why. They don't really do anything. It's like the flowers. What do the flowers really do? They smell nice for a couple days, then you gotta throw them out. But it's something about it, you know? Like, something, that intoxication. If you can keep that, I think, in relationships, like, that's the good stuff. Like, why would you let it go away? It's so low percentage of a move. Like, to me, big investment with big risk. Okay, I get it. People are.
Yeah, so I think that's like very, very true in order to keep up the spice in a relationship, so to speak. Just not losing that playfulness. I mean, boiling down what he said, I think, like, it's really not losing that playfulness. And that's something that is really important, I think, in a relationship. Really, really important. Definitely very important to me. I'm sure it's important to other people as well. And that's something usually, like, I see the first to go in relationships, which is really unfortunate because you want your partner to want you, right? And vice versa. You want to be wanted by your partner. And if you're not wanted by your partner and you're literally sleeping in the same bed and the same apartment or the same 12 by 12 room, what are you guys? Basically roommates, right? Like, if you really want to boil it down to that, like, you're basically roommates. So, yeah, I think he has a really, really good point here.
Risk adverse. Or small investment with unlikely success. Okay, I get it. Maybe people don't want to, fail. But, like, if you leave your partner a note in the morning, it was so fun hanging out with you on the couch last night. I married the prettiest girl in the world. What does that take? 10 seconds. 10 seconds. What did it cost? Nothing. But what does it do? It's just saying, I see you. You're important to me. I want you to feel seen. I want you to feel heard. And this downward spiral that everyone who ends up in my office at some point starts and then gracefully finishes in the chair in front of my desk. It starts with, well, why should I do that? He didn't do this. Yeah. Like, why should I
Yeah.
sleep with him? He's nothing but unfriendly to me. Well, why should I be friendly to her? All she does is dismisses everything
Yeah.
I say. Like, and
So this is what I call the quid pro quo. So if you guys don't know what that means, it's basically like the, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours kind of rule. And I'm super guilty of this as well at times, not only in relationships, in business transactions, in everything. And it's not, in some respects it's good. I think in the business world it can be good for the protection of yourself and your self-interests. and to make sure you're not working for free or anything like that. But we are talking about relationships here. And furthermore, we're talking about romantic relationships. If you're going into it like a business transaction, every single time you're interacting with your spouse or your significant other or whatever, it's probably doomed to fail.
And that's what I mean when I say, well, like, okay, you're both right. Like, you don't owe each other anything. By the way, you don't even have to be married. So don't be married. But at some point, you went, yep, 8 billion choices, that's the one I want. And so why wouldn't you water that plant? Like, why wouldn't you just take that? Because that spiral starts to work in the other direction. Like, even if you kind of lost the plot, like, you can get it back, but it's a little bit of a slow process. And the hard part is just like you know, getting back in shape when you've fallen out of shape. It's like, you know, you don't go back into the gym for 4 hours and go, okay, this is great. Like, you'll be so sore the next day you'll never be able to move and it won't accomplish much. But do 20 minutes a day for a couple of days. And you'll start to get stronger and stronger and stronger. And it's the same thing. Just start those little gestures and see if that reconnection starts to happen and it starts to feed the other person, inspire them into do. Because I'll tell you something, I feel like, and I haven't tested the theory, if you sent more flowers, you'd get more nudes. If you gave more nudes, you might get more flowers. Like, I don't know which came first, the flowers or the nudes, the chicken or the egg. But I'm telling you, like, there's something to be said for this. There's something to be said for kind words and blowjobs. There's something to be said for it. Because I don't know which comes first, but I'll tell you right now, you do one, you'll probably get the other more often. So I feel like there's value in that. And it's part we don't say out loud. We say dumb shit like, happy wife, happy life.
It's a terrible line.
It's a terrible line that everybody says at the wedding. Like the uncle who says it at the wedding, I should pay him a dividend. He's like, hey, he made a lot of money for me. But it really is. I mean, if anything, it should be happy spouse, happy house. But even that, if your meaning is, yeah, just like do what they want you to do, like just make them happy, like whatever it is. No, like that is not a recipe for success in this coupling that is supposed to be the paramount.
That's a huge recipe for failure, in my opinion, because it really dismisses what you want out of the relationship. If you always capitulate everything to your significant other, you got to pick your battles, of course. But I personally believe, as men, we should be leading, not following. And this is not me to be misogynistic or anything like that. But if you constantly capitulate to be a doormat and just be a yes man, guess what you're going to end up being? A doormat and a fucking yes man. Doesn't mean that you shouldn't cooperate or discuss things with your partner, and doesn't mean that you guys can't work together on a path forward. But if your automatic default is, I don't want to deal with this, in order for me not to have to deal with this and escalate it, I'm just going to say yes, even though I want to shoot myself in the face, pardon my language, because of this, I'm just going to do it anyways. You are going to end up hating yourself and resenting your spouse.
Connection you have with another person.
But you know what is interesting is you talk a lot about infidelity and affairs.
Yeah.
A couple of the ways you talk about them were fascinating to me, which is you said affairs almost never start with sex.
Yeah.
What do they actually
They start with attention. Attention. You know, I think they start the way relationships start, which is you're interested and you're interesting. You know, which is something that very quickly can go away in marriage. Like, you've heard each other's stories, you've heard each other's jokes, you kind of, you know each other, you know what to expect. That's, by the way, part of the joy of being married is it's like, oh, I know what this person's gonna do, like, I know what they think's funny and what they don't, and kind of like, the world is so mysterious and challenging, and we have so little control that, like, knowing someone's levers, like, I know it makes them feel good, I know it makes them smile, I know what food they like, that's a nice feeling. But there is something exciting about the mystery of another person, and being interesting to someone. Because I don't think love is just about how I feel about you. It's how you and what you feel about me makes me feel about me, right? Like there's something about when your partner looks at you like, wow, look at you, that you look at yourself like, yeah, look at me, you know? And it's kind of like your grandma saying, like, looking at the old version of herself and going, oh my God, look at how good you look. Like, look at how good I look. Like, there's something about seeing yourself through the eyes of this person who sees you with desire and excitement and fascination. Like, fascination, it's pretty hard to have fascination for someone you've been with for a decade and who, like, you've cleaned up their socks, you know? Like, it's hard. Like, no one's a hero to their butler, you know? And so it really is about, like, how do I still keep this sense of, like, excitement and fascination? Because an affair, it usually starts as some other kind of interaction. It starts as our kids are on the same softball team or you know, and social media, by the way, like if we were going to invent an infidelity generating machine, it would be called Instagram.
Wait, why?
Because it's putting us in touch with a bunch of people that we probably have no business really talking to.
Yeah.
It's giving us benign, neutral points of entry that we have no reason to feel guilty about at all. Because it's like, no, I'm talking to I added this person because our kids are on the same team, or our kids are in the same, or we work together. But now I see you in a bikini, you know? And I wasn't gonna see you in a bikini before Instagram. That wouldn't have happened, you know? I wouldn't have seen you out with your girlfriends wearing something low cut. Like I wouldn't have started seeing you in this different setting as an object potentially of desire. And by the way, I don't know about your experience of social media, but mine is everyone's posting their greatest hits while we live our gag reel. And no one is in the height moments of their life, like when they're having a wonderful time, taking out their phone and scrolling through Instagram. It's always when you're like bored, or like on the toilet, or like sitting and waiting in the waiting room at the doctor's office or on the subway. It's like some moment of kind of meh. And what are you doing in that moment but looking at the most exciting, curated, perfect, filtered version of everyone else's life? So of course, your life in that moment sucks compared to that. So now I'm seeing this idealized, stylized version of this other person. And we have some interaction, and it's benign interaction. We can message each other and like, oh yeah, I see you guys. How was that? Where did you guys stay when you were in Greece? And then it's very easy to have like that little, because again, no one's watching. Like you're not posting it on the Facebook wall. These are DMs. So you're doing the like, you know, like wow, you look great, you know, you know, and it turns into okay, now we're flirting. We're just flirting. It's no big deal. And then that's how it starts. Because it starts to feel really good. Like it feels really good because of who you feel like. Like you feel interesting again. You feel interested again. And that's what it's about. Like it's about that. It's not about the sex. Like it really isn't about sex. Yes, of course, sex is an important piece of things. And sex, I think, is the glue in marriages. Otherwise, just be roommates. But like sex is glue. And without that glue, like, yeah, you start to, you know, there starts to be some distance from each other in terms of like, you are not the thing I align with sexuality. Same pornography has the same effect for men. If like 90% of your sexual outlet is women on a screen you will never meet and not your primary sexual partner, you're gonna have issues with that. It's one of the reasons why I've said, and again, I'm not trying to be like the proponent of nudes here, but you know, if your spouse is the kind of person who's a very visual person and otherwise would be very into pornography, or you have to spend extended periods of time away from each other, having some nudes of your primary sexual partner and having them and looking at them as your, I don't think that that's a bad thing. Like you want to be the object of your partner's desire. And you want to be the primary association they make with sexuality is you. So again, what happens in these other relationships? It starts with just an interested connection, a benign, safe connection, and then it just turns into something different.
It's probably why you're such a voice to this generation about marriage, because you're so straight talking. It's almost like we're not allowed to say these things
People
anymore.
say that about they're always like, he's so blunt, he's so blunt.
And you're like, no, it's pretty actually
Yeah, it seems
obvious,
like really obvious.
and rational.
Yeah.
But we're just told that's politically incorrect.
Yeah.
No, we just don't talk about those things
Yeah.
anymore. And so because of that, we have all these narratives that really do not help us progress in.
Well, I have a safe
marriage.
place that I can do it from, because in a world where it's very easy to get canceled, and where therapists come in or researchers come in and say, well, this is what my research has shown, or this is what I've studied. I'm just telling you who's sitting in front of me in the chair. And like, you can't pretend they meant to be there. They didn't. And you can't be like, well, but you don't really know. No, I do. Like, people lie to their therapists all the time. They don't lie to their divorce lawyer. Like, there's absolutely no profit in lying to your divorce lawyer. If anything, you guys tell me all your stuff. And by the way, it's protected by attorney-client privilege. Like, I've never once told any client confidence in any public setting. Like, I take my oath as an attorney very seriously. I anonymize everything that I talk about publicly. And the truth is, like, yeah, but I get to see a really honest version of this. And people talk to me about, like, you get to know your divorce lawyer. Like, we have a really intimate relationship in that you have to be really honest with me. And I get to know your finances and your kids and your parenting and your substance use issues and your mental health issues and your whole family history. So I get to know you really well. And in 25 years of getting to know people that well, like, you really see human emotional complexity. Because I've represented the cheated on. And I've represented the cheater. And I've represented victims of domestic violence and intimate partner abuse. And I've represented perpetrators of domestic violence and intimate partner abuse. And I have to tell you, you spend enough time with people and you figure out, like, okay, these are hurt people hurting people.
We're going to pause this video for a second. I just wanted to listen to this because we are in an age where being born as a white straight male is like a handicap in life. Let's take a look at this together.
I was raised and grew up around all white people, and what's ironic is, I don't think I've ever experienced real racism. The only racism I've experienced was like dumb, ironic racism from my friends in middle school. I'd make fun of my friend because his girlfriend had a mustache. He'd call me an and the same night, we'd have a sleepover, his mom would make pizza rolls, we'd play FIFA all night, and the same friend would kill for me even till this day. That's how I made my friends growing up. I was raised in...
Interesting.
And there was a girl that said that. It's a girl, whatever. She said, she was on the left, but she said, you know what, how we solve racism? We need to take away all white people.
No way.
That's fucking insane.
Wow.
And I was like, you're a woman. And you're white.
Are you okay over there?
What are you talking about? Yeah, no, to solve racism, we need to get rid of all white people. I'm like, huh? But start with you. You're first, man. Like, you know who said that? You know who said that? He was in Germany. What's that?
Oh, yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Voldemort. Yeah, that's the guy. You have the same way of thinking as that dude. And there was a girl that said,
Yeah, that's a really good point. Reverse racism is still racism, by the way, guys. It really is. Yeah. Any way that you slice it. You can try to justify it by... I find this hilarious how you can justify being anti-racist, or I guess it's not really anti-racist, it's just racism, straight out racism, from crimes or other not so savory things that have happened in the past to your ancestors, in which you personally were never the victim of. That's wild to me.
Well, I didn't want to have to say it, but it needed to be said. Because all white people are guilty of it. Yes, all. I don't mean most. I don't mean some. I don't mean a lot. I mean literally every single last one of them. Don't give me that not all white people. Yes, all. This is no stereotype, no generalization, and definitely not no reverse racism. It is a fact. They know it. We know it. They know we know it. They know we know that they know we know it. All white people are guilty, 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 guilty of this.
Alright, if you're white and you made it this far in the video, congratulations. Here's a cookie. Here's pumpkin spice. What I need you to do next is go into the comments, and any white person that you see leaving a racist or reactionary comment without having finished this video to know that I didn't actually say anything that all white people are guilty of, I want you to leave a clown emoji under that comment without
That's hilarious. How many of you at least scrolled like look at the clowns? I'm white and offended that you would offer me pumpkin spice cookie and not snickerdoodle. I'm white, I can't even be mad at the pumpkin spice cookie. Man, I'll eat it. I died when it's pumpkin spice. You tried to find the comments and put a clown in it. Apparently we are guilty of watching your whole video and then scrolling through the comments searching for the clowns. I'm white, I found this hilarious. A lesson learned from the white is to let someone finish speaking first. 184,000 comments and not one clown. We as people are alright. Fuck the media bidding on another. The video was great, but the fact that I couldn't find a place to drop a clown. Look how many people commented on this video. There's 219,000 comments. Right? You think all these people are fucking racists? Because they are born with a particular skin color that they have absolutely no control over? Okay. If you genuinely think that, I sincerely hope you get some real fucking help. Yeah, you're not... It's not only that your opinion is wrong, you might be mentally unstable. Genuinely. Genuinely mentally unstable. Let's see. Yeah. And I mean, all this talk is, at least from what I see, generally coming from America. Other places in the world don't have these kind of issues. Not as exacerbated in public and in the media all the fucking time, and laws being changed. This is crazy. Let's see here.
Look, boys and girls, the only reason there are white people is because black people came here first. And they faded as they moved farther and farther north from the equator. Their melanin faded so that their skin, their hair, and their eyes got lighter.
That's
their
true.
brains didn't get smaller, but their skin, their hair, and their eyes got lighter. That's the only reason you children can call yourselves white. And you aren't white. We are all shades of brown. Look, boys and girls, the only...
Sure. I mean, I believe they've traced the history of people all the way to melanin skin colors, and then through, you know, whatever, thousands of years of evolution and climate changing and adapting to the environment. Now we have different people of different melanin colors, right? Anti-white racist versus Crowder. This should be a doozy. Liberal college student accuses all white people of being racist. Oof. I don't know if I want to feature that. Difference in racism of white people. Why we couldn't sleep. Most black people are racist. Okay. 13 years ago. Anti-white racism is still racism. Yep.
And I think at the end of the day, the big thing here is that let's teach black history. No one on the right is saying, do not teach black history, do not teach slavery. If we forget those lessons of the past, we're bound to repeat them.
Sure.
But what we're also saying is that stop being vindictive towards white people for being white. No one alive today was a slave, and no one alive today owns slaves. And so for white children to sit in a classroom and be blamed for sins that they themselves not commit is wrong. And I think at the end of the day,
100%. And being victims of crimes that were never committed to them, right? But trying to benefit from that by getting reparations, like, and you know, it's not just a particular skin color. I need to be clear about that. There's victimhood from all different types of shades of melanin across the gambit. Yeah.
All these need to die. We need to go for a global recessive genetic purge by any means necessary. Every last one of you white men, women, Italian, on this planet need to die.
Okay.
A genetic purge? Do you literally just say a genetic purge, like as in what Hitler tried to do? That's wild.
not much of an argument.
And he made a fucking TikTok about it, by the way. He literally made a TikTok about it.
Argument there, just pure unbridled hatred for a white man.
All these need to die. All these, we need to go for a blue.
Yeah. How can you not be called a racist after that? Like, just pause and think about the words coming out of your mouth and ask yourself, how can you not be called a racist? That's crazy. That's wild to me.
Like I was on a plane once, and this old white man sat next to me. It was Southwest Airline, and he looks at me and he goes, the first thing I was about is, my granddaughter, she loves that Hello Kitty. Was his opening line. Right, I didn't invent it.
Right.
You gotta be on Southwest right now, right? It's like, and you endure every day when that happens, right? You just kind of, you know what I mean? And it's always from white people, right? And it's like, one time I was working at I did construction.
Black people are very kind to Asians.
I don't know, man. I don't think so, no.
I was being sarcastic.
Well, I think that, but also we've been really bad toward them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I think 92
LA riots with all, yeah.
You know what I mean? It changed it.
Right.
Like I was on a plane once, and this old white man sat next to me. It was South.
Is this really racist though? Like, I guess what they're depicting is that this small, I'm assuming black girl, I can't see her face, and I don't know what her nationality is, but yeah, so the first comment here 2 years ago, not a single black person tried to help either child. Okay, so let's watch this clip all the way through. Same kid, I think. Can't tell from this angle. There's people many different colors that are walking past. The white kid. Yeah, I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't... I don't know about that. Like, if I saw a crying kid or something like that and their parents weren't around, well, number one, I would assume that their parents are close by. And number two, I probably would have gone up to them and asked them if their parents are close by, right? Like, oh, where's your mommy, daddy, or whatever, regardless of skin color. So I just don't really buy that, like, a whole fleet of fucking people are racist. Strange that even blacks ignored her. This actually tells something which is beyond racism. Maybe. I don't know. Let's see. Whites walk past the white girl too. Though this video might just be edited and fake, but we will never know. Yeah, so, you know, when I see some of these videos, I really have to ask, yeah, it's 100% staged. Yeah, it's easy to manipulate this kind of video. You can make a poll in the streets and only select the answers that you want. Yep. It's probably fake, like most of this stuff. Kid doesn't look distressed or distraught. I'd assume they're waiting for someone. Yeah. So that's the other thing, right? Like, you can't see this particular person's face, whether or not they're like crying, whether they're shouting like mommy, mommy, or something like that, or daddy, daddy. So you don't know if they're like sad or how long. Like, there's no context behind it, right? Like, you don't know how long they've been waiting there. Have they been out in the fucking cold for like 3 hours straight, you know, and like a storekeeper comes over and is like, are you okay? Right? Like, yeah, I don't know about this. I feel like these videos are just really, really clickbaity. Blacks versus whites on Jubilee. Yeah, I don't know about Jubilee content. Black woman has had enough of white people. Oh, okay. Oh, Charlie Kirk. The inability to define racism featuring Charlie Kirk and Pierre Wilson.
We're so quick to be ready for our talking points and say what we want to say back, and we don't ask enough questions. Why am I racist? Tell me what I've done, what I've said.
That's what
the
I
policy
do.
says.
I get aggressive.
Tell me why I'm a racist.
Yes, the burden of proof is on you,
right?
Because
you made the accusation.
You're throwing around this insane accusation. So show.
Yeah, it's something that I have to say we throw comments like this around way too gingerly and way too lightly. You know, accusing someone of being a racist is a very serious thing, right? Just like if you accuse someone of being sexist, misogynistic, whatever it might be. The whole isms, ists, you know, across the board. So we got to be really, really careful about that. Sorry, just checking on something here. Shit, I was updating my earbuds too. I think it might have failed. Oh, hopefully, maybe. Oh. Oh, shit. I think it was transferring. Oh, okay, there we go. I thought it was 2% again. It was like one of those things where you see like the line go like 2, 4, 6, 8, and it took forever, like half an hour. I don't know why it takes half an hour to. Okay, now I have to update it. But yeah, no, I resumed the download. At least it's intelligent enough not to start from the beginning. But it signaled 2% at first, and I was like, oh my god, I have to wait another hour for this. But it's good that I don't, hopefully. Yeah. Yeah, let's watch the rest of this.
Show me the evidence. And then also, they have an inability to define what racism is. And so for someone who lived in Jim Crow, that was never a question. But they'll say that, hey, you know, if you listen to rap music, you're a racist. If you culturally appropriate, you're a racist. It gets overused.
Yeah. What evidence do you have that I'm an actual racist if you're going to accuse me of something so heinous, right? So what have I done that's actually racist that's offended you that badly?
Of course we pander to blacks. They're in every TV commercial. They get more privileges to come into society. They come into every college on preferential with lower test scores. You can't ever say anything negative. You can lose your job. You will have your entire life obliterated if you say something racist. And yet we have to hear about how racist we are. How about you take responsibility for your own actions instead of blaming the white man? Of course we can.
That's really good.
I do have this conversation a lot with Africans or even just Caribbean people who will often look down on Black Americans. Number one, they will say they lazy, they ghetto. I've heard African parents tell their kids not to date African American men, not to marry them, things of that nature. What are some negative stereotypes y'all heard about Black Americans from your parents, from your friends?
You literally said it all.
Yeah.
That's it?
Yeah, 100%.
Right.
Like my mom would tell me not to marry that.
Yeah.
She says it all the time.
Even when I hear like African parents say that, it very much sounds like the same rhetoric that a white person would tell their kids. Like, don't marry that black guy, like he's ratchet, they ghetto. It's crazy to hear other black people have that type of rhetoric towards each other. I do have this conversation a lot with Africans or even just Caribbean people who will often look down on Black Americans. Number one, they will say they lazy, they ghetto. I've heard African parents tell their kids not to date African American men, not to to marry them, things of that nature. What are some negative stereotypes y'all heard about black men from your parents, from your friends?
You literally said it all.
Yeah.
That's it?
Yeah, 100%. Like my mom would tell me not to.
Nice. Sorry. I got my earbuds repaired, so that was actually really nice of Sony. And the warranty is over. I got these really expensive earbuds, but I didn't pay for them. It was a previous company that I worked for. And the right ear was, I guess there's maybe something, sorry. I guess there's something wrong with the right ear where it wasn't charging properly. It was like dissipating battery like crazy. So I've like put it on, it'd be like 100%, like 2 seconds later, 85% battery. It's like 2 seconds later, 60%, like 45%, zero. Like, yeah, it's crazy. So I sent it in for repair. I put up a ticket on Sony's website. The cool thing is they did it completely for free, which is nice, really nice, as long as there was no accidental stuff. So I'm assuming that it was a pretty well-known thing that was happening with these earbuds, but I'm grateful nonetheless. Like, why wouldn't you be, right?
And they did not set out to do that. And if only there were just evil people and we could just sequester them from the good people. But it's not true. Like, the line of good and evil runs right through the human heart. And none of us wants to cut a piece of our own heart out. And so when you spend time with people and start to realize, okay, like, horns and halos isn't really a thing. Like, people have moments, like, I'm sure if I looked at the best moment of you as a wife, I would, and said, that's what kind of wife she is, I'm giving you way too much credit.
Way too much.
And if I look at the most impatient crap moment you've had as a spouse, where you just really missed it, and I said, that's who she is as a wife, I am not giving you enough credit. The truth is, it's kind of about like ratios. It's kind of about how it works. And I think that's what I get to see is when it's failed catastrophically. And that gives me the ability to just go, look, don't get mad at me. That's how it is.
You know, I feel like I know a lot about this because I watched your new favorite show, which is the Kardashians show about divorce attorneys.
How did you make it through the first episode of that fever dream of a show? I like everything Ryan Murphy has ever done. I'm such a devotee of every American Horror Story. That show made my eyes bleed.
I think you are missing the brilliance. The camp.
You know what?
The
That's
camp
a fact.
nature.
I am absolutely missing any scintilla of brilliance. I actually see it as a brilliance black hole. Like, it is the event horizon of brilliance. It's gone.
Watching you watch the vagina entryway part was just, that was like, that's
There's a
peak internet
line
for
in the
me.
first episode where they say, Kim Kardashian's character says to one of the other people, come work with us. In 2 years, you'll be a multi-millionaire. And I went, in divorce law? Like, in divorce, you think in 2 years you're going to be a multi-millionaire in divorce law? By the way, with offices like that. And she also, too, it's like Kim Kardashian's character is driving a Bentley, has I'm sorry, are you in venture capital? Like, what are you in? Because divorce, like, listen, we're not wearing sackcloth and ashes. We're doing all right. But, like, there's only a certain number of hours in the day I can bill. And there's only so many, like, I have a bunch of lawyers working for me, but they're not me. So people eventually would go, where's Jim? I hired him. Like, if I'm going, no, I'm not your lawyer. I know you hired me, but here's Bob. He's going to be your lawyer. Like, people eventually get very mad about that. Like, if your therapist said, I'm not going to be your therapist this week, I have Steve. He's coming. He's going to do it. You'd be like, yeah, we're not doing that, you know?
No.
So I just don't know. Maybe they could have just spoken to like one actual divorce lawyer and made some aspect of it with the all-star amazing cast that they have.
I loved it so much. I told my, I know, is that I'm a terrible person, but I literally.
I gotta leave. I'm sorry.
I know.
I've never walked off of the show.
Favorite part, and like I was like, I think I'm a Kim Kardashian stan now, like, which is not something young Cody would
Listen,
say.
I got no beef with Kim Kardashian.
Sorry guys, I'm a little bit tired today. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I had rocky sleep yesterday, and I slept a little bit in the afternoon, but I had to go and get a turkey for obviously Turkey Day that's coming up, Christmas. For those that celebrate Christmas, Happy Christmas, Merry Christmas, and Happy Hanukkah. Should open up. Oh damn, that's not enough. I thought that was. Okay, let me buy the... Wow, that guy got LD5. Crazy. Good for him or her. It's awesome. Only have 13 days to claim this, so I should be careful about not leaving it to the end, especially if I want to summon the new units. I don't even know if these new units are any good. I should probably watch some reviews of them, actually. Maybe we can do that now together. I did want to play some Dota, but I am kind of tired. It's not always the best to play. You know, people don't talk about this as much because when you're grinding Dota, sometimes you're just grinding, 6 to 8 hours a day. You're just playing match over match over match, and really, like, especially since I'm older now, your reflexes just aren't as fast as before. I don't want to sound like old fucking man, like I'm 80, because I'm not. But, you get to a point where you have to be, oh, interesting. Okay, I didn't even know I had these. I could collect all of them. There's premium rewards for 3,000 bucks or 3,000 crystals, which is pretty expensive, to be honest with you. That's a lot of crystal refills. I don't have that many, too. What the fuck were you talking about? I should actually rewind this. This is a useful... Let's see. Oh yeah, being in the right mental state to play Dota. Yeah. Now I'm even forgetting things that I spoke about like 5 seconds ago. But yeah, just being in the right mental state, you know, having enough sleep, like feeling good about yourself, going to the gym, going for a walk, whatever that might be. Like, I do believe those things contribute to like better Dota. You're just in like a much better mindset to be able to like grind and play. And also just like grinding itself, like probably not the best. Yeah. Probably not the best. Sorry, just gonna go through. What are these monsters? Oh, they're Tekken. Okay, I should really include these. So I'm not gonna include Sniper. I'm also not gonna include Dryad. I'm gonna include this and this. And Boomerang Warriors I don't need, so fine, I'll include these two, but yep, that's good. And then this one, let's change this. So we'll take off Boomerang Warrior. I should remember to do this. This is actually bad that I don't, because I could have got more skill ups for other units, even if I didn't use them. They're obviously always useful in some capacity. Take off this, get the Cyber Warrior thing. Although I never see that used. Except the white one, which I have, if I'm not mistaken. What's this? Reset? No, I don't want to reset that. You have the ones from the beginning all the way to the end. So this is a cool feature that you can get the latest nav for, right? But for me, I don't really need it. But that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Okay. I feel like I should really do a big sum session later. Oh, welcome to the stream. Thanks so much for attending. If you're new to the stream, we talk about men's issues, so please chime in if you have an issue that you want me to talk about. But we're watching a video right now of James Sexton talking to if you're not familiar with him, he's the #1 divorce attorney in New York. He's talking to Cody Sanchez about divorce and marriage. Let's keep watching.
Really
you were her divorce attorney.
No, I was not her divorce attorney. She's California. I think she had Laura. Laura Wasser's amazing and a beloved colleague and a super talent. No, I think that she's
amazing at outreach, though. I think she planned it all.
Maybe.
Like, even her, she did this post that I was like, God, the internet fascinates me, like psychology of how people engage on the internet. And in the same way, like, I find you fascinating because you seem to feed off of, you know, when people get amped, you're like, nah, it doesn't fucking bother me.
Yeah.
And I think she's like that on the internet. When people get amped, she's like,
well, listen, that
money.
entire family
You know?
figured out how to leverage, you know, people's emotional state into something very profitable.
Yeah.
I don't want to try to, you know, be an armchair psychologist of him. But what I will say is, I have a son who's 28 years old, and he's a lawyer. And I never pushed him to be a lawyer. I really was, find something you love as much as I love what I do. Because I'm blessed to be one of those people one of those rare people that does not spend 5 days a week looking forward to 2. You know, like, I can't wait to get back to work. I love it. And I get the feeling that, because her father was a phenomenal attorney. Her father was an amazing attorney. I mean, he's legendary in the legal profession as his skill as a trial lawyer. Yeah, he's a criminal defense lawyer. But he was an incredibly gifted courtroom lawyer. Those are it's a big shadow that man casts. So my heart really goes out to her because I didn't know her father, but I can't imagine that he would not be incredibly proud of her. Like, she is such a successful business person. She's a mom. She's so many things so well.
Yeah.
But I think there is still this piece that goes, yeah, but I want to be a lawyer. Because it would be like something he'd be proud of. And so if that's what this comes from, is this desire to keep taking the bar and trying and da-da-da, I'm cheering for her. You know, I'm cheering for her. I hope she pulls it out. But I don't think she needs to do it to have her father be proud of her. I think he's probably incredibly proud of her. I say that as a father.
I know, it goes back to your big heart. I mean, one of the things that I wanted to talk to you about was prenups. Speaking of famous people. Prenups. There was a video I saw where you gave Taylor Swift some advice pre-Travis Kelce, which was one word a lot of times repeated.
Yep. Taylor. Prenup Taylor.
Tell me, obviously, do you think everybody should get a prenup?
Yeah. Well, I'll take it a step further. Everybody has prenup. Everybody has prenup. It's either one that the government wrote, or it's one that you and the person that you've decided you like other than the 8 billion other options. Who do you think's better? Have you been to the DMV? You ever walk into the DMV and go, oh yeah, these people should be in charge of everything. Like, this is great. Like, I've never been in any government office and went, oh yeah, these people, let's put them in charge of everything. Like, if you don't do a prenup, you've decided that the state legislature of the state in which you reside, at the time you divorce, okay? So not even the current government, a future government you haven't met yet, they'll do a better job than you and your partner. That's insane. Whether you're on the left or the right or the, like, you know, unhappy middle.
So it's very much true. Every single person enters a prenup, whether they like it or not, by the rules of the country that they reside in, right? That's the reality. Sorry guys, I just need to send out a work email. But what I was saying is everyone enters a prenup when they get married, at least in North America and probably most countries around the world. Whether you agree with that, whether you abide by that prenup or you agree with that prenup, and that's the best prenup for you, is a different story. Sorry, guys. I had to send a work email, so I apologize for piecing out there for a second. But let's continue watching this.
I think we can all agree in the last 10 years, both sides of the political fence have said the government sucks, right? In 2016, the left was like, the government sucks. 2020, the right was like, the government sucks. Like, everybody suddenly, you know, okay, so can we all agree then that signing up for a contract, because that's all marriage is, a contract, okay? You're signing a contract. Unlike, by the way, every other contract you ever sign, you know as a business person, get it in paper. Sign contracts. Yes, handshake deals are important. Principles are important.
No, terrible.
Get
Yeah.
lawyers involved. You put things on paper. Okay.
100%.
All right, and you put them on paper while you're getting along. You don't go, my partner and I, we get along so good. We don't need to do that. Every business that fails and has the ugliest courtroom battle, it's because we were friends and we trust each other. We need to write things down. And then when it goes wrong, and when it's successful, that's when it falls apart. That's when everyone goes, well, wait a minute, we agreed to that, but that was when that. So you get it in writing while you're getting along. Okay. So are you going to say the state legislature in the future, I trust them so much that I'm going to say whatever rules they think are fair, I agree to. And by the way, if they change the rules, I'm okay with that too, and I can't opt out of the contract. Like if you like a simple contract is a car lease. So let's say you lease a Porsche. And halfway through the lease, they go, oh, by the way, your payment's staying the same, but now we're giving you a Honda Civic. You would be like, well, no, then I'm out of this contract. Well, imagine if they could say, yeah, sorry, you can't opt out of the contract. We can change the contract, but you can't change the contract, and you're in the contract no matter what. Well, that's what you're doing if you marry without a prenup. So I think the reason why prenups are so dramatically on the rise now.
Are they?
Absolutely.
Like what percentage of people get a prenup?
It's very hard to say because prenups are not filed anywhere. They're only filed when they're filed as part of a divorce, and when they're filed as part of a divorce, they're in a sealed matrimonial file. And people lie about prenups. Because I will tell you, I represent a lot of celebrities and athletes, and I have more than once been watching, you know, Access Hollywood or Entertainment Tonight, and they're interviewing a celebrity who's getting married, and they go, so did you guys do a prenup? And they go, oh no, we don't need a prenup. I'm like, you're lying, it's in my safe. Like, it's in my safe. You signed it at my conference table 2 days ago. Why are you telling people you don't have a prenup? Because, I understand why. Because it's this like, no, that's how much we love each other, is we just trust that we're never gonna get divorced. Like, which by the way, you know, again, I tell people, because I represent a lot of people in finance, because I'm a divorce lawyer in New York City, I always tell people, don't look at marriage like gambling or like buying a stock. Because a stock, if you invest $1 million, it can go to zero. Getting married is like shorting stocks. Like there's no amount, there's no stop loss. Like it's just, like they could change the law anytime and really screw you and you can't get out of it. So there is so much value, in my opinion. What's happening with younger people, they're pragmatic. When I say younger, I mean in their 20s, their 30s, the demographic that's getting married. They're just starting to say pragmatically, like, yeah, we got, and by the way, all of us, all of my colleagues, we all see a dramatic increase in the number of prenups that we're doing. And then you know, it's also getting easier to do prenups.
Sorry, I'm back.
You know, one of the ventures I'm involved in is trustedprenup.com. And what we...
Work-related things that are, shall we say, messy at best and potentially a complete clusterfuck at worst. At the worst. Yeah. If anyone knows and has worked with me before, I am many things. One thing that I am not is incompetent. And so when you ask me to do things, I'm not one to sit idly by and not do them. I fucking do them. I do it to the fullest of my ability, and I do it to specifications, generally speaking. Unless you trust me enough with that to run with it on how I see fit, then I make executive decisions on what I feel is best for the company. So I take exception to this when someone accuses me of dropping the ball on something and not doing something when they actually have zero evidence to depict that. Furthermore, when I action those things and I'm waiting for a reply from a third party in order to understand further actions on those things, and the person that's accusing me of dropping the ball has absolutely no context of that, maybe you should take a step back and really understand and assess the situation before you make those accusations. That actually might save a lot of egg on your face. And I have receipts, by the way. Moving on.
Did is we basically used like AI, we used large language model, and several hundred prenups that I've done in various financial situations we fed into this thing.
That's brilliant.
And we created basically
like
a online kind of choose your own adventure of how to do a prenup. We guarantee its airtight ability, its enforceability. And we basically say valid in all 50 states. And we make it affordable to people. We've democratized prenups.
What does it cost?
$599 is the price point for it. If you want to have attorney review, meaning that you want to have an attorney licensed in the state in which you reside, review it for you, and also have one for your spouse, it's still under $2,000. To put that in perspective, the retainer most divorce lawyers take for drafting a prenup is $15,000.
Oh, I remember.
So yeah, so it's a much, much cleaner, easier way of doing it. And again, do I still think the old-fashioned way of going and hiring an attorney and having your question answered? I think that's a great way to do it. But the way we did it on TrustedPrenup.com is I've counseled so many hundreds of people on prenups. We just made all these little videos of me answering the most common questions that people have about their prenup. And at each stage along the way, when you're trying to decide which option to take, you can watch a video of me answering that.
By the way, there's a lot of negative connotations about prenups because, it's almost a tug of war. It's like, well, if you trust me, you wouldn't need a prenup. And then then the reverse side is the same argument. If you trust me, you wouldn't have a problem signing a prenup. A prenup can be whatever you put in the fucking document, by the way. And the other side of the party doesn't have to agree to that. They can negotiate things or talk to you in a civil way in order to have a better understanding why you put certain clauses within the prenup and why you wrote the prenup in a certain way. Okay? So it's not always from a point of protect yourself and never give anything to the other person. Sometimes it is an amicable, sometimes it's an agreement for functionality, right? Like, especially if you have kids and you have visiting rights and whatever. So a perfect example of this would be there is a big YouTuber, her following, I can't remember what her following is, but I think she had a New York Times bestseller. Developed from this platform, made shorts, and now is a full-time YouTuber. She used to be a Wall Street trader, like literally on Wall Street. And her name is Vivian, Your Rich BFF. That's her YouTube channel. And she was talking about a prenup. I think she got married maybe last year or something like that. She was talking about a prenup. And her prenup, as far as I know, she talked about it in pretty big detail too, but her prenup actually indicated, I believe, at the point of marriage, that whatever assets they had together was shared and it would be split 50-50 if they ever divorced, and any assets that accumulated along the way. And then the second clause was, or there was another clause in there that was talking about her YouTube channel, right? Because she was obviously building a very successful brand. So they were going to split the revenue apart 50-50, right? At the time of dissolution if their marriage failed. And I don't know the details. Maybe that would be ever long, so it would be lasting for the next 20 years or a lifetime or whatever, as long as the channel existed. But the more important thing is she would have 100% control of that channel. Okay? And she explained to her spouse, the reason why I need this done, honey, is because I need creative control over my channel. Can you imagine if I had to run every short form video by you, every fucking thumbnail, every single title, you know, for the video, every fucking description. Right here, it's a description, right? This is the title. This is the actual fucking thumbnail. This is the the video description, what goes on in here, the timestamps, the different socials, what it's attached to, any affiliate links. You can see the different chapters. And then brand deals. What brand deals do I take? What do I not take? You know, like if I write my next book, what is it going to be about? If I don't have creative freedom to be able to do that and execute on that, every single decision is going to be a fucking nightmare. And she's right. At least in my opinion, she's right. So I think it's important that you guys, you know, just understand that not every prenup is supposed to be like a fucking nightmare. That you know, it's not supposed to be a nightmare where people are just fighting and being like, no, what's mine is mine, what's yours is yours, and I'm going to take everything off of the table. Sometimes it's for actual functionality, okay? Part of the reason I mentioned this is because we're obviously talking about prenups right now, so let's listen to the rest of this.
That question. So it's a way to just sort of make this scalable. And again, we did it really to democratize prenups because everyone has a prenup. Again, it's either one that's written by the government or it's one that's written by these two people. And to me, that's a no-brainer.
So good. What is the craziest prenup you've ever seen?
I mean, I've seen a lot of crazy prenups. I will say two. One of them I've talked about before, and that is there was a prenup where for every 10 pounds she gained during the marriage, she lost $10,000 a month in alimony. And it was enforceable. That was the funniest thing.
That's crazy.
The court upheld it. And the judge,
there's a weight clause,
female, said, I want to say, I don't know why you married this man. This is a boorish clause. It's disgusting. But it's a contract, and the two of you signed it, and you had a lawyer, and he had a lawyer, and it's enforceable.
Yeah, I don't know about the like. Okay, so first and foremost, yes, I agree that it is. How should I put this? How should I phrase this that it won't be offensive? So I don't necessarily agree with the clause. I think it's a little bit barbaric and backwards to have a weight clause on your prenup and your actual spouse. But I don't know if it's the judge's place to really say that. It's her place to enforce the law. It's not necessarily... She can have her own private opinions about their marriage. Absolutely. I agree with that, right? She's entitled to her opinion. But to actually interject that into the, you know, court transcript and actually say that, like, I don't know why you married this man, but the law is the law, and this was written, and you guys knew about it, and you guys signed it, term signing, whatever. Like, I don't think that... Sorry. Sorry, guys. Prenup.
So it was upheld. Now, I tell you, here's why lawyers are weird. I mean, it's one of the many reasons. But when I read the provision, I remember thinking, oh, I could work with this. Because if I was her, like, you have to have a baseline weight.
Yeah.
So I was like, all right, just like put like pennies in your pockets and wear your heaviest clothes. And then if you get divorced, be like a pro fighter, like wear the sweatsuit, be in the sauna, get butt naked on the scale, and like strip it down as much as you can. But here's what I'll tell you. There was something honest about that prenup. Because he was an ogreish fellow, and he had a lot of money. And she was beautiful, and didn't really bring much else to the table. And I think they were honest about the economy of that relationship. Because I think relationships are an economy. I don't think that's a dirty word. I think that if an economy is an exchange of value, then, you marry someone because there's an exchange of value. You give value, you receive value. And what value is worth what is a very subjective concept between those two people. And it's very hard to quantify, like, oh, how much is this worth or that worth? So that's the most crazy prenup I ever saw. I see a lot of prenups where people make insane demands. I'm seeing a lot of it lately, and I'm seeing it more with women, where women are, because I do a lot of prenups for guys in finance, so they're in their 30s or 40s, and they've got, 10 million, 20 million, and they're marrying like a yoga teacher, or they're marrying like someone who just does not have the assets that they have. And is usually beautiful and brings that to the table and more fun than them because they've had their head down and been, you've been at Goldman, they got their head down and they're doing their thing. They're working the hours. And, the men very quickly are like, yeah, I want her to waive everything. Like, unless it's in her name, like if it's in my name, it's mine. If it's in joint names, okay, we'll split it 50-50. If it's in her name, it's hers, but nothing, she gets nothing. No alimony, no anything. And I have seen a lot more women now say, okay, like, I'll do a prenup, but I have some things I want. Yeah. Like, I want in the marriage and some things if the marriage ends. Because you can put in a prenup some of the things that we want in the marriage, too. So I've had women that are like, oh, I want a push present if we have kids of no less value than this. I want this many vacations of no less value than this. I want
it's
monthly personal appearance allowance that'll like cover like things I want for my self-care. And they're being very pragmatic about it. And
it's crazy. I didn't even know what a push present was until I watched one of his videos. And apparently it is literally a present for like giving birth because you're pushing the baby out of your uterus. I don't even know what to say to that, really. Not that that's not a thing that should be respected and appreciated. But to have that in a contract, like it's, yeah, I don't even know what to say to that.
There's a little more pushback, and I think that that's an interesting thing to me. I actually don't. There are probably some people that would be judgmental about that transaction, but I really do think, at the risk of getting misty-eyed about it, that I don't think you can feel loved if you don't feel safe. And I think a prenup is about both people feeling safe. Like, I'll give, but do I have to give everything? Like, will I get my legs chopped out from under me? And, I need security. Like, I need security. If you're going to be the breadwinner and I'm going to be a supportive other, and I'm going to, like, diminish my lifetime earning capacity by not pursuing other ventures, or I'm going to give you my skinny years, or I'm going to, whatever it is, like, I need some security. And I think a rational person who wants their partner to feel safe would go, okay, I get that. So what is it? Like, what's the answer? I don't know that the answer is half of everything I have, but there's probably an answer we can come to. And I think just having that conversation is potentially an opportunity for us to, like, talk about some important things in this relationship and what we mean to each other and what we owe each other.
It's a good point because I've seen a lot of, so I went through I'm almost 40 now, I'm 39. And I remember like my first round of friends who all got married. And we lived in Dallas. And most of us got divorced. And for whatever reason, we all got married kind of young. And I was the first one. And then they would call me later. you know, and kind of be like, how does it happen? So you talk to a divorce attorney. How much does that cost? What do I do with the finances? I was probably one of the only ones that worked, and I made the money then. And so they didn't know where any of the money was. You know, there was a lot of hidden stuff for them. You know, the men obviously felt like I did all the work, but they felt like they had all the babies because it was Dallas and everybody was having babies. And there was like this massive amount of fear, I think, on both sides, which seems like it's not good for divorce because when you're both scared, then you do crazy things. And I wonder how much better many of them would have been if they would have said the quiet part out loud first.
I think all of them would have been better. I think premarital education would have been really good for everybody. Like all of the people that talk about, oh, no fault divorce is bad for our culture because it makes it too easy to get divorced. Like, I don't believe that for a second. But I think if you actually...
So we talked yesterday about premarital education, which I think is a really important topic. We went into a little bit of depth about this, but just to catch everyone up on what was discussed yesterday, the Catholic Church actually sits two people down to talk to and grills them, you know, like on marriage, right? The seriousness of marriage. Do you guys actually know each other that well? Like, are you on the same wavelength? It's not only about your faith, but it's also about just being rational and logical about things. And so I think this is really, really crucial. A lot of people don't go to any kind of classes. Like, there's no classes that really exist about like marriage and what to expect and what are the expectations of each other and the responsibilities of each other and the division of labor and you know, things of that nature. And that's a problem. That's a huge fucking problem. You know, you get to this place where you can you imagine if you signed up to fly a plane but you never had flying lessons whatsoever? And it was like, okay, you know, you're gonna take the most significant you know, trip of your life, but it's also the riskiest trip of your life. And we're just going to give you the keys. We're not going to give you any guidance. We're not going to put an instruction manual. We're not going to put headphones to talk you into or, you know, coach you on how to do things while you're flying the fucking plane. You're just going to get in and you're going to fucking figure it out. Like, that's lunacy. I think anyone would say that that's lunacy. But that's how we treat marriage, right? And so I think it would pay a huge amount of dividends to have people go through some kind of coaching before they actually get married. Not necessarily to dissuade people from getting married or you know, second guess and be like, oh shit, I didn't really know this person. But I think it's more so to just level expectations from each other. And I do think that that's very, very important.
Want to change the divorce rate, we have to create barriers to entry. Like, I can't get a driver's license without taking a written test, passing a vision test, then passing a road test, then having a probationary license for a certain period of time. Marriage, $50, Elvis will marry you in Nevada. Like, that's it. Like, you don't need a pamphlet. You just did the most legally significant thing you're going to do other than die. And you didn't get a pamphlet. Like, the first time most people learn what legally happened when they got married is when they're getting divorced. Like, you don't have to be a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu to tell somebody the worst time to learn how to fight is when you're in a fight. Like, if I asked your husband, when's the best time to learn how to shoot a gun? Is it when I'm in a gunfight? No, that's the worst possible time. Like, literally, any time in your entire life prior to that moment would have been a good time to learn, right? So why don't we just have some basic premarital education? Why don't we have some sense of, hey, by the way, you're opting out of the title system. Your estate rights have automatically changed on both the state and federal level when you got married. Like, most people have no idea. So why not? Like, why not have everyone has to spend 1 hour with a divorce lawyer before they can get a marriage license? That seems very fair to me. Like, it seems like something that would be useful for people, because at least that way, they'll know, take this thing seriously. And I know what my downside risk is. And look, I think anybody, one of the beautiful things about being in a relationship, in my opinion, is the ability that you're not doing all of it yourself. You know? Like, maybe you like to cook, and I like doing dishes. You know? Or maybe you don't mind taking the dogs out, and I don't mind doing the laundry. Like, and there's this sense of like, hey, like, let's both figure out what it, but here's the thing. You should know how to do laundry. Like, I'm not saying, like, if I don't mind doing laundry and you don't really like doing laundry, cool, I'll do the laundry. Like, if you like, let me tell you something. We're in a relationship, you can handle the finances, knock yourself out. You're better at it than me. I'm a good lawyer, I'm not a great businessman. Perfect. Here you go. You're in charge of that. I trust you enough, you're in charge. Okay, but I should know where the accounts are. I should have some basic, we should have a meeting once a month where we go, okay, babe, so you remember this is all here, remember I invested in this, and here's what's going on with that, and just so you know, God forbid something happens to me, you'll know where everything was. But again, there's this sense that, like, you know, it's like Voldemort. If we say it out loud, if we say, like, well, what if we ever split up, or what if one of us died? Oh, by the way, one of those two things is definitely going to happen. Like, one of you is going to die, or you're going to get divorced. Definitely. Guaranteed. Like, you're both going to die, definitely. That's just reality. So why not just say, hey, we need to both know how to do some things. Like if you don't like to cook, I'm not saying you have to learn to cook if you're going to be in a relationship, but, like, your partner's going to be away sometimes. You have to know how to, like, okay, I know how to, like, scramble an egg, or I know how to do some basic
Girl
thing.
dinner, yeah.
Some things. Some bachelor dinner. Like, learn how to make some little thing, you know, because, again, otherwise, you're creating a situation where there's this imbalance of power that I don't think is good. I don't think it's healthy long term.
When you talk to a judge, do you talk like that?
No.
You really calm?
No, I have to do a whole character. Yeah. No, you have
What's
to do...
the character?
Well, here's what's funny. You know, like, there's a saying that fame is the mask that eats into the wearer. Like, some of these people know me now, so, like, I give them a little more Sexton. I get to be
Like,
a little
this is
more.
you.
Yeah, this is me, and I get to be a little more me.
Yeah.
It's a very polished up, non-profane version of me. But there's a like, depends on the judge. Like, I'll tell you, a good lawyer knows the law, a great lawyer knows the judge, and, like, I know which judges, like, enjoy the Sexton show. So there's some judges when I'm trying cases, I can pull some shit. You know, like, I can do the show, and, like, they don't want the steak, they want the sizzle. And then there's some judges that they know that I'm a showman, and they're expecting that, and they don't like it, so they don't get that. They get the very, may it please the court, Your Honor, you know. And at the end of the day, like, yes, I have this very performative streak, and I'm a trial lawyer, and trial lawyers are closet hacks. Like, we all want to be, like, you know, comedians or actors. But I am a law geek to the core. Like, I love this job. I study the appellate division decisions as they come out. Like, I know law. And I love what I do. And I know the law. And I've memorized most of Black's Law Dictionary. Like, I hearsay is a statement made by the declarant other than one by testifying at trial or other proceeding offered into evidence to prove the truth of the matter asserted. Like, I have it all in here. But I still like to put on a show. But at the end of the day, like, if the show's not going to work, okay. Like, and that's what's interesting about this profession is people will come into my office. It's the only job where someone will come into your office and go, I heard you're a ruthless son of a bitch. And they mean it as a compliment. Like I was described by New York Magazine as the sociopath you want on your side. Now, I get misty-eyed talking about dogs. I'm clearly not a sociopath. But it's like sometimes that's what that's the task, right? Like, the task is, like, there's cases where I need to be, like, the ruthless, sadistic person who's going to cross-examine you to death. And then there are cases where, like, my job is to be conciliatory and friendly and keep the energy of it, you know, in a calm place. And, you know, there's a saying I memorized years ago from Reese's, because people used to say to me, like, how do you represent, like, how do you, like, eviscerate someone on cross-examination? Like, how do you go at someone the way you have to as a lawyer sometimes? And I think anyone who's ever been in the military and had to be in combat, or anyone who's ever had to, like, do things that feel, like, harsh or amoral or immoral. There's a line from Rhesus Sardonicus where he said, I've resigned myself to temporary complicity with evil in order to accomplish certain specific objectives for people whose suffering is more important than my need to maintain moral purity. Oof. And so I feel like in my line of work, I don't have a need to maintain cases where, like, my job serrate someone on cross-examination. Like, how do you go at someone the way you have to as a lawyer sometimes? And I think anyone who's ever been in the military and had to be in combat, or anyone who's ever had to, like, do things that feel like harsh or amoral or immoral. There's a line from Mrs. Sardonicus where he said, I've resigned myself to temporary complicity with evil in order to accomplish certain specific objectives for people whose suffering is more important than my need to maintain moral purity. Oof. And so I feel like in my line of work, I don't have a need to maintain moral purity. Like, I represent the good guy, I represent the bad guy. Like, I'm a weapon. And you point the weapon. And a weapon in the hands of someone who's a good person can protect and save. And a weapon in the hands of a villain is a very dangerous thing. But I'm the weapon. And I don't always believe in the client. But I don't just represent the client, I represent the system. And I always believe in the system. Like, I think our legal system is a good legal system. It's got problems. Like, we have the worst legal system except for all the other ones, you know? And I believe in it. And I think you get to be part of justice happening.
Yeah, it's interesting. My husband always says this line from Ender's Game, which is about war. Yeah, and how we will debate the morals of war after we've won it.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of similarities.
Yeah.
So.
Well, and I think your husband would understand what I consider to be, you know, the world needs bad men. We keep the other bad men from the door.
I think that's true.
And I think that that's something what we have to do. And I think that a lot of the first 20 years of my profession was about becoming a weapon in a courtroom and honing that craft and honing that skill. And about 5 or 6 years ago, because I wake up at 4 a.m. every day and it's really quiet, I just started writing the book, just as sort of something to do, to use a different muscle. And I started to write this sort of like reverse how-to book. It was like a how not to, like how not to screw up your marriage. And I suddenly like had a book. I found I'd written a book. Like you write a page a day, in a year you got a book, you know? And I remember thinking, oh, this is a completely different thing. Like, and I wonder if this will hurt the world's perception of me as this like weapon and as this, and I'm very happy to say it hasn't.
No. Tell them the title in the UK again. I really like
the title. Yeah, so the title in the US is How to Stay in Love: Practical Wisdom from an Unlikely Source, and in the UK, that's why I love the UK, is How to Not Fuck Up Your Marriage. Which I thought
I like it better.
I like it better.
Yeah,
I like it better.
but I do like this cover a lot too. And I think one of the interesting parts too, I've met, like, we have a dear friend, his name is Roy Altman, and he is one of the youngest, I'm going to get it wrong, he's a judge in Florida. Okay. And I think one day potentially will be on the Supreme Court. And he is an appointed judge.
Okay.
Federal judge. Okay. And anyway, his memory recall of both the law and quotes and scripts reminds me a lot of you in a different way.
It's a wild thing.
It's a weird skill you guys have. But it's in the book too, and in your quotes, which is this interweaving of 25 years of experience from being an attorney, but also this like double life you have of reading all of these laws continuously. And then, I mean, I have to assume that you're a big, you've mentioned a few poets.
Oh yeah. No, I read constantly. I love literature. I love poetry. I love film. I love art. I've always been a person who loved to travel and sort of take in things from other cultures. So yeah, I think that everything I do is infused. Like my Brazilian jiu-jitsu, my interest in feudal Japan and sort of the ideas of like, you know, Bushido and the warrior code and things like that, that infuses my practice. Like my undergraduate degree in psychology and my interest in Carl Jung, my interest in psychedelics, like all of the things that these are all infused what it is that I do. My upbringing, I was raised very religious. I was raised very dogmatically Catholic, and then went all the other way and became a total atheist, and then somehow found myself back in like this happy agnostic middle place. Yeah, I think that all of it infuses, you know, the way that I think how you do anything's how you do everything. I mean, I really do. I think that we if we bring the fullness of ourself to whatever the task is, it's going to be infused with all the best parts of us.
It's so good. What is your favorite? Just as like this is a curious question for Cody, not even for anybody listening, but like you've mentioned a few poets and a few fiction books. Like what are your favorites? What's your favorite poem of all time?
My favorite poem of all
Is it the Brodsky?
Probably would be a song by Joseph Brodsky. I think that's a beautiful, beautiful poem.
That's number one.
Yeah, I love that one. Gosh, a poem.
What do you think?
Let's watch this one with Matt
We'll
Walsh.
start with women.
Matt Walsh obviously has a very right-leaning view of marriage and the sanctity of marriage and the sacrifice of staying together, at least what I gather from the content that he has put out. So let's take a look.
Well, we've talked about in general what spouses can do to keep their marriages to avoid having to visit you.
Yeah.
So what should women do specifically?
Sex. Yeah, just sex. Yeah, no, I hate to say it, but I think that's a huge piece. The most common thing I hear from men is that their wife stopped sleeping with them, stopped being intimate with them, playful with them in a sexual way. Like, there is a tremendous, amount of, before marriage, women are very much more so than ever encouraged to be objects of desire and to, use their sexuality to entice a partner. And then there is a equal, if not heavier, opposite encouragement about, like, you don't owe your spouse sex. You're right, you don't. You don't owe your spouse sex. They don't owe you compliments or a kind word. Like, you don't really owe each other any of that. But why did you get married? Like, if you, this isn't about what you owe each other. This is about what gives this other person joy and inspires the best in them, and vice versa. And how can we do that? Because that same cycle of misery that people experience that lands in my office, which is, like, well, why should I sleep with him? He was working all the time this week. Well, why, she said, why should I, want to come home? When I come home, all she does is complains to me. Well, that cycle of misery, it can also go the other way. Like, just be kind to your spouse. Be sweet to your spouse. Be sensual to your spouse. Always lovely things that you were to each other when you were dating, when it wasn't like locked in and now, well, this is my person. I don't have to tend to this anymore. That's like saying, like, oh, well, this is my house. I don't have to take care of it anymore. I bought it already. Okay, well, yeah, you bought it. You invested in it. It's yours. Like, treat it with respect and love, and, like, treat it like always be closing. Like, you should always be trying to, like, close the deal with your wife. Like, you're playing above the rim. She is too. Like, you're both lucky to have each other. So why wouldn't you treat each other like that? Like, why wouldn't you treat each other like, I've got this thing and it was loaned to me. It's not mine. I don't own it. It was a loan from God. It was a loan from the universe. And I get to continue every day to, like, have this person's affection and attention, and I want to treat them with that same affection and attention. So for men, a lot of them, it's sex. Yeah, they love, this is why prostitution is such a thing. It's why infidelity is such a thing. Sex is important. It's important to women too, but it is very important to men. And women, in my experience, it's not that different. It's just attention and affection. It's attention and affection. I'm trying to think of a cleaned up way to tell a story from my book, but there's a story in my book about when I was talking to a female client of mine, and I said to her, was there a moment when you knew your marriage was over? And she's talking about how there was a type of granola that she liked to put in her yogurt for breakfast, and it was only, like, sold at this one store. And she said our husband used to always just get it for her. Like, when it would just about be empty, the bag, it would just be a full bag. And she's like, it always made me feel loved. Like, it always made me feel appreciated. But I didn't have to ask him. And that he didn't even ask for, like, credit for it. Like, oh, did you see I got you your granola? Like, it was just this thing he did. It was just like bring it in the trash or something. It was like something he did as just this sign. And she said one day the granola ran out. And she's like, I thought, well, maybe he's busy, he didn't notice or whatever. And then she sort of, like, left the bag in there, the empty bag, and he never replaced it. And she said, I thought to myself, is this thing, like, on its way out? And I remember finding that story like quite sad, because I thought, well, you know, like there are those little things that we do for each other that somehow you just stop doing, you know, and they're really the thing that is so special and so important. And I said to her, is there anything you did for him? And she kind of blurted out an explicit act that she used to do with him pretty frequently, and how she'd stopped. And I spit out my coffee across the courthouse waiting room.
So that stopped right around the time of the granola? There was a...
Yeah. Well, and she said, like, she said, you know, we used to, like, have a very physical relationship, and then, you know, like, with the kids, and we didn't have as much time, and, you know, she's like, we used to, like, sometimes in the morning before he'd go off to work, I would just, like, have a little fun thing with him, and she said, you know, and then it got to the point where I was like, well, you know, we'll do it tonight when the kids are, you know, and then we'll both enjoy it, and we'll both have fun. So, and then, you know, sometimes, like, we'd be tired and it wouldn't happen or whatever. And she's like, I don't know why I stopped. Like, I don't know why I didn't just, she's like, it'd take like 5 minutes in the morning, and he'd be in a great mood all day, and he'd be texting me like, oh, this morning was so hot, it was so great. And she was like, yeah, that was my granola, I guess. Like, that was it was something that made him feel special. It made him feel valued. It made him feel seen. It made him feel like I was committed to him. And so, like, what if it's that simple? Like, what if it's that simple? What if it's just leaving your wife a note before you leave for work that says, I married the prettiest girl in the world. See you later. Like, what if it's just that? Like, yeah, there's no product you have to buy. Like, advertisers will never jump all over it, because it's like not a thing, a course you could take, or what. What if it's just pay attention, just be kind to this person, treat them with love, like treat them like you're cheering for them. You know, what if it's that simple? I don't know. I think it might be. From what I see, from the seat I'm in, watching these people just crush each other in courtrooms and tear apart their lives and the lives of their children, like, what if it's just granola? What if it's just little acts of kindness?
I had there's a YouTube video I saw years ago, and I can't remember who the guy was, but I think about it sometimes. Before I was even married, but the guy was talking about, and I was never sure, it resonates with me a lot, and I don't know, I guess it resonates with marriages generally, but he was talking about the same issue. What can women do? What can men do, and what can women do to prevent the divorce? And one thing he said is that for women, you know, aside, sex was the first thing he said. Mm-hmm. The second thing was taking your husband's goals and dreams seriously.
Yeah.
Taking him seriously and taking his goals in life seriously.
And cheering for him.
Yeah.
Like,
right.
Yeah, cheering for him. Like, I think a lot of men I know who are in happy marriages, and there's not a lot of them, but the ones that I know that are in happy marriages, like when you watch their wife watching them when they're talking, it's like she's looking at him like just the most brilliant stuff is coming out of his mouth. Like, and there's just this sense of like, wow, like she's like cheering for this guy. Like she believes in him, you know, and that makes a man stand taller, you know. I think when you talk to men who've had affairs, which I've had a lot of conversations with men who've had affairs, a lot of them say like, I've had a couple clients who didn't even actually have sex with the person who they were having an affair with. They just solved some problems for them. I had a client who, he had 3 women who he was like just helping them with like things, financial things, or like helping them figure out some problem that they had. And I was like, what? You really weren't sleeping with this person? And he was like, no, I never, you know. He's like, I just wanted to feel like a hero. Like I wanted to feel like, he's like, there's something about to like a heterosexual man, like the feeling of a woman being like, you're my hero. Like, look at that. Like, look what you, like, I mean, come on. Why do you think we like to open the pickle jar? You know, it's like, and it's just like, oh, and we're like, I did this. You know, like it's a real thing. So why, like maybe this is just part of being human, is that like maybe men, we just like that. We like to feel like we're a big, strong man. And so, okay, so humor me. You know, humor me. Throw me a bone with that. Like, why? What's that cost? Like, what does it really cost to praise me when I open the pickle jar? What does it cost to tell your spouse they're beautiful, or that they're funny, or that they're smart, or that they're a great mom, or that whatever, that just that you're happy that you picked them, that you'd still pick them? You know, if you were still in a room with a bunch of people, they're still the one you'd pick. Like, what does it cost? Nothing. It costs nothing. And the dividends I think that can pay, anyone would acknowledge. Anyone. It's why when you say to someone, even the most unhappily married couple, tell me about when you met, they just soften completely. Have you ever go to a dinner party and like there's a couple that it's like maybe they got in a fight on the drive over, there's an iciness between them. If you just go like, oh, so tell me the story how the two of you met. The whole thing, their whole demeanor changes because it takes them back to that time when they were seeing each other with the eyes of someone who like, I'm cheering for you and you're cheering for me and we're in this thing.
What do you think are the major
Sorry, guys. Just answering some texts. So, funny story before I log off, so that you guys have an idea. I met a girl online, or I started talking to a girl, and then we exchanged contact information. She's in the same city as me, and she I won't name her name out of respect for her identity. But let's just say that she's been, I think, pretty into me since we've been talking, and I don't really know why. But yeah, she has, and that's great. I respect that, and I'm grateful for that, and I've been replying to her well if I wasn't as well if I wasn't interested. And so she messaged me this morning, and she sent a picture to me, and she asked me for a picture. This was at about like 12 o'clock, noon time. And it wasn't a racy picture or anything like that. But she sent that picture to me, and I haven't replied to her. I just replied to her probably at about 11:50 or something like that. And I know that was 12 hours. But the reality is I was legitimately busy for those 12 hours. Here's the things that I had to do. I attended a bunch of meetings in the morning, including an annual wrap-up, and then what I thought was going to be an interview, but the guy that never showed up. I only slept maybe about 2 or 3 hours the night before, so I had to pass out for a bit because I was honestly feeling dizzy. I did that. Then when I woke up, I had to go get a turkey because my mom and her friend are cooking the turkey, but they're too elderly to hold a turkey. It's just tough, when you're 70 something and you're trying to hold a 20-pound turkey. So I went to go have something to eat. I hadn't had anything to eat that day except breakfast, and so I went to go get something to eat at a Hong Kong cafe with my mom. And then we went to a superstore to get a turkey. After I got a turkey, I returned to home. I dropped my mom off at her car. I brought the turkey up and all the groceries and stuff. And then I literally got in the door at 7:50, in which I had to stream at 8 o'clock. Okay. Now, during my stream, I probably could have answered her. Yes, all fairness, that is correct. But it wasn't intentional. I didn't mean to make her feel unwanted or ignored. And she messaged me stuff like that. And this is the second time that that's happened. She's messaged saying, do you still want to talk to me? Blah, 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 whatever. And I laid out some pretty strict boundaries this time. And I said, look, it's not that I don't want to talk to you. That's not my intention. But I was legitimately busy if I hadn't messaged you. Now, if you are looking, I had to establish my boundaries. If you're looking for a simp man that's going to reply to you every hour on the hour, I'm not it, and I will never be it. Okay? I respect if you need that. That's totally fine. It's just that is not me. So I never said once that I didn't like her, I didn't want to get to know her. At the current state, honestly, we're just internet friends that have swapped some photos. That's it. Okay? And getting to know each other. Nothing more, nothing less. Okay. But I say this all to you guys, I think more so that to tell you that when I was in my 20s, I probably would have done backflips. So I've never met this person, this individual in person, right? I could be getting catfished or whatever. But the pictures that she has sent me, she's a very beautiful girl, right? Like, think Eastern European or Russian kind of swimsuit model, shall we say, okay? So beautiful face, gorgeous body, seems like she has a good career, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And, confident girl. And we vibe pretty well. So it's not the looks department or anything like that. But you need to learn how to set your boundaries. In my 20s, I probably would have simped and been messaging her all the time. And now that I'm in my early 40s, it's not that I don't care. It's that I prioritize my time. And that very well might change as she maybe, potentially she becomes more a part of my life and I a part of her life. But as of right now, we are just internet friends. Internet acquaintances, internet potential people that are going to date. And so that's where that jurisdiction ends and the boundaries begin, right? And I think that's a really important thing that I highlight to you all. You know, be very firm about your boundaries, even though someone's trying to manipulate and gaslight you. And that's not what she's trying to do in this particular case. At least I don't feel like she's like a, you know, evil manipulative person or someone that's like really trying to play tricks on me or whatever. I don't think that she has ill intentions. Let's put it that way. But nonetheless, you really need to hold your stance on who you are, what you're willing to do, what you're not willing to do. Okay? And I think that's super important. I don't think I said anything that was inflammatory or disrespectful or really like super harsh aggressive. Like, I just acknowledged it. I said, it's not that I don't care about you, because I do. And I want to talk to you and I want to get to know you. But if I'm busy, I'm busy. Yeah? So, hopefully you got something out of that. I think that's probably the last part that I would leave you with. My stream is probably done for today. I'm quite tired. Probably want to just log off and play some games of Dota, and then, I don't know. But thank you so much for everyone that joined my stream. I'm super grateful for you attending. If you liked my stream and you actually listened all the way to the end, please like, comment, subscribe. Subscribe if you really like the channel. It really helps the channel grow and it helps the algorithm. I appreciate any viewership that I got from people, and I'm always grateful for that. I know it's probably mostly friends and family, but nonetheless, I'm very grateful for people that even just click the button. So hopefully we can grow this community more and, you know, and actually get people some great advice. Thank you so much, and you all have a safe and wonderful night, as well as a safe and wonderful weekend. So I probably won't be logging back on until Monday. Thank you again, and take care.